Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. I care. Eyes are precious.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. I care. Eyes are precious.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. I care. Eyes are precious.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. I care. Eyes are precious.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode. I care. Eyes are precious.
They can tell tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, I Care. Eyes are precious.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, I Care. Eyes are precious.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, I Care. Eyes are precious.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, I Care. Eyes are precious.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, I Care. Eyes are precious.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, I Care. Eyes are precious.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, I Care. Eyes are precious.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, I Care. Eyes are precious.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, I Care. Eyes are precious.
They can tell you you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, I Care. Eyes are precious.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, I Care. Eyes are precious.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Global Namaste to all of our listeners and all of our viewers from around the world. Welcome to this special episode on eyes and caring for our eyes and healthy eyes. So welcome to this Healing Our Earth weekly episode on a Sunday, which is a global platform to get awareness out to our communities. Thank you for joining. My name is Kirit Mistry. I'm the host for today's session, but also I'm the Midlands Convener and also the founder of South Asian Health Action, which is a charity based in the UK. So welcome to our listeners. We've great programmed up for you. So stay tuned. From 2 o'clock right through till 6 o'clock, we will have a number of experts from UK, from India, and globally as well. So stay tuned. If you've got any questions that you would like to ask, put it into the YouTube chat. We'll be picking them up as we go through this program. This, and also we have got some questions already asked us on our YouTube channel from South Asian Health Actions. So we will share those as well. So I will, without further ado, our first speaker, I would like to bring on our expert from London, which is Dr. Neil Shah, who's actually a family member of the obviously Healing Our Earth family. He was involved in the pandemic as well, and certainly he's been supporting the work of the Healing Our Earth family. So can we bring, let me just introduce, as I said, Dr. Shah, who's actually a specialist in eye care, and also we've got a number of other specialists this evening and from the afternoon onwards. So okay, so am I available? Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, Kirit, we can hear you loud and clear.
Great.
We were to have started with India with Dr. Shahid, who will be
Dr.
coming in a moment, but we have got here in London a famous person, Dr. Mehul Shah, who is again, he's one of the top class eye expert here, and during pandemic he used to give a lot of tips. So maybe we'll start with him over here. And here he is. He's actually present over here. So let's Nehul, good afternoon, and introduce yourself and tell us more about you before we start with some tips and eye care.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much for this very warm welcome. And thank you to all the virtual people who have joined online. I really appreciate this opportunity that you keep giving me to share some tips, and it's my pleasure. We run an independent practice in Cannons Park in London. It's a husband and wife team. We've been running it for around over 16 years, although I've been practicing for well over 25 years now. So I have a very special interest in thinking a little bit outside the box. So just not a question of prescription and glasses, but also how is it that we can avoid certain eye conditions, and how can we try and minimize the impact of problems such as increased short-sightedness, etc. So hopefully with this little chat, hopefully you'll get some insight or some into eye care itself. I'm just checking to see whether my share screen option is on. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, yes.
So that was just a little bit about me.
And Nehul, can you yes, that's it, perfect. It's maximum screen now.
Okay. You know, one of the amazing things about the eyes is the first thing that we do when we wake up in the morning is open them. And what better gift that we have than our eyes itself. It's the first actual thing that we do in the morning. So it's something that it's a very relevant topic, and it's something that we should not really take for granted. Our eyes itself. It's the window to our soul. It's a window to how we live. So it's a lovely, beautiful topic that we've got in line for this afternoon. I thought what we'll do is just share a little bit about the eye, just to give us a bit of a basic understanding as to what the eye is and how it works, and just some basic parts of the eye, which will help us to understand why we have certain problems, and where those problems might occur. So hopefully you'll be able to see this picture or a cross-section of the eye. The front of the eye is the cornea. This is where the light enters the eye. It's a transparent light layer. If it's not transparent, the light would just not be able to enter the cornea, and we would not be able to see. We then have this structure called the lens. The function of the lens is to be able to zoom out and to be able to zoom in. When we look into the distance, it's actually zooming out. And when we're looking at close work, it's zooming in and becoming thicker. So it's constantly working for us the entire day. When people have cataracts, as they get older, this is the part that gets removed, the lens. And then another replacement lens is put in place of it so that the light can then still go through the cornea. We then have the back of the eye, the retina, which is also a very integral part of the eye. The retina has got many blood vessels, which keep the back of the eye nice and healthy. The retina is also made of different nerve fiber layers, about 10 of them. And those retinal nerve fiber layers all have their different functions. So it's very important to keep the integrity of all our retinal fibers in check also. But then how do we end up seeing? There is information that is being passed from the optic nerve to the brain. And so the optic nerve sends that information, and that's how we end up seeing. If there is a problem with this optic nerve, then our vision is also going to be greatly reduced. So this optic nerve plays an integral part of the eye. So just as little bit of a recap, and I do apologize. I'm just going to
Neil, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, yes, yes.
yeah, I'm back again. Apologize for that. So I just wanted to share this cross section or a little bit of a recap of the back of the eye. So we talked about the cornea, which is the front of the eye. We then talked about the lens. This is the area of the eye that gets removed, and then a new lens is placed in case we have a cataract. And then we talked about the retina, which is the back of the eye. So that just gives a little bit of a summary as to what the eye really looks like itself. So the point I wanted to just talk about, and this is a normal point of discussion amongst a lot of people, myopia and hyperopia. Myopia is a short-sightedness, which means you can see short distances, but you can't see long. And this is a hot topic at the moment for a lot of people, because they are finding that the children's short-sightedness is consistently increasing each time they go to the optician, every 6 monthly or annually. And of course, we do not want eyesight to get worse. But in a different way of understanding, it's good to understand the bottom left-hand side picture. It's going to enlarge.
So Neil, in case you are sharing your screen, we are actually seeing you at the moment.
Okay. Oh, I see. Sorry.
So you need to share the screen again. And we've got our host, and Shahid Khan has joined as well from India. So shortly we'll go with him as well, chit chat. Yes, we've got your screen, Nehul.
Yeah.
Perfect. And if you maximize it, please.
Yeah, sure.
Beautiful. We've got maximize, and now anatomy is coming off the eye. Yes. Perfect. You are at myopia and hyperopia.
Okay. So it's good to understand what myopia is. So if we look at the bottom left-hand side picture, the rays of light falls on the cornea, but then you'll see that the rays of light are not hitting the retina. On the first picture, the rays of light are hitting the retina, and that's how we see clearly. But on the bottom left-hand side picture, the rays of light are falling in front of the retina, not at the back of the retina. So that's how people do not see well when they are short-sighted and need corrective glasses. If you also notice on the bottom left-hand side picture, the eyeball almost seems too long, so it's getting elongated. If you look at the bottom right-hand side picture, hyperopia. Hyperopia is when people can see long distances, but they can't see short distances. And the eyeball almost feels like it's a little bit shorter. The axial length is a little bit more smaller. So the rays of light are falling behind the retina. They're not falling in front of the retina, on the retina, but they are falling behind the retina. So what is the reason why I'm talking about this? The main reason is there a way of controlling myopia or short-sightedness? And there's certain natural ways of doing this. One of the ways we can do it is by something called the 20-20-20 rule. After 20 minutes, we take a 20-second break and look 20 feet away. So if we're looking at computers, reading material, anything which is of close work for 20 minutes, we take a break after 20 minutes and look at something 20 feet away outside the window, for example, at a tree for 20 seconds. And then go back to the read and the close work material. And that's why we call it the 20-20 rule. After 20 minutes of any close work, look into the distance 20 feet away for 20 seconds, and then go back to your close work. And what that does is it stops any of the rays of light falling on the retina to fall on the peripheral part of the retina. That's basically what happens when we do a lot of close work. Some of the rays of light fall on the peripheral part of the retina. So the brain automatically thinks it needs to become longer. And that's how we become more short-sighted. So we are trying to stop those rays of light from falling on the peripheral part of the retina for too long. So this is a good natural way of trying to do it. And this is also the reason why we find that maybe our grandparents were not as short-sighted, or their prescriptions were not increasing just as much, because they were not spending as much time as we do now on computer, phone, laptops, etc. So that's the 20-20-20 rule. Of course, the other natural thing that we could do is participate in all sports activities which involve looking into the distance. The more we look into the distance, the less chances of our short-sightedness increasing. So that's something to think about. But what we do know is, despite doing things like the 20-20-20 rule, or having a very active lifestyle, there might be certain genetic factors that make our children short-sighted or need glasses. The good news is that we do no longer need to keep waiting for our children's eyesight to continue to get worse. There is a special type of technology inbuilt within the glasses that stops the short-sightedness from increasing. And there are 2 manufacturers in the UK at the moment who supply that type of technology. And I'm sure this must be available worldwide also. But in principle, the way the technology works is when children in particular are doing a lot of close work, the rays of light do not fall on the peripheral part of the retina when they're doing a lot of close work. They have an inbuilt technology all around the lens which stops the rays of light from falling. And I've been experiencing this technology for a good few number of years with some excellent results. And in certain cases, I have found that the prescription has also gone down by 1/4 of a diopter. It's not designed to do that, but that's been my experience so far. It's not 100% guaranteed. It's 80% guaranteed, but it's better than doing nothing at all. The worst case scenario with using this glasses technology is it will at least halt the progression of the numbers increasing. So if the prescription was going to go from a -1 to a -3, for example, even if we get a -150 as an outcome, it's still better than a -3 as an outcome. So that is some very exciting technology that's in the marketplace at the moment. Some people do not want to wear technology inside glasses, so the same type of technology available in glasses is also inbuilt within disposable soft lenses as well. And there's a company that manufactures them, and the effect of it is just as good as the glasses technology. So that is also available if people do not want to wear glasses, or they can mix the two. They can wear technology contact lenses during the day and wear technology glasses in the evening. But it is important, in my opinion, that once you go down this particular avenue, you continue wearing this technology all the time. Because if you don't, it's only a question of time. You're going to be picking a phone for an hour or so, and then you do not want to leave your eyes prone to your eyes getting even more short-sighted. But this is some very exciting things going on at the moment with glasses and daily disposable contact lenses. The third technology that is available is something called orthokeratology. So this is where we ask children as young as 6, for example, to sleep in contact lenses. They're not soft lenses. They are hard lenses, gas-permeable lenses. And the principle behind it is you're going to be wearing the contact lenses on the eye when you're sleeping. And it presses very gently. It's very safe. It presses very gently on the cornea and changes the shape of the cornea while you're sleeping. So in the morning, when you wake up, you take the contact lenses out, and voila, your prescription is down to 0 again. The whole day, you're free from glasses and contact lenses. You come back home at night and you start the process all over again. But because something is pressing against the cornea at night, it stops the eyeball becoming longer. Because if you remember, what I said is the short-sightedness increases when the eyeball becomes longer, the axial length increases. But because something is pressing on the cornea all night, the axial length does not increase. Again, it's not a 100% guarantee, it's 80%, but my experience with these lenses are that it really stops the progression, at least reduces the chances of the progression being so high. The other beauty behind orthokeratology, of course, is that you're free from glasses and contact lenses. So people who play avid sports, for example, professional young footballers, for example, love this type of technology because they're free from glasses, they're free from contact lenses. So that's a little bit of myopia. I thought I would touch up on this symptoms, dry eye, this topic, dry eye, which has become a real common issue or a common problem globally for everybody. We sit in offices, there's air conditioning on, we're looking at laptops and computers all day long, we're forgetting to blink. If we're blinking, we're not blinking tight enough. When we have surgery, after surgery, we're having dry eye symptoms. As we get older, our eyes are getting a little bit dry. Certain medical conditions also cause dry eyes. Certain side effects of medications also cause dry eyes. So it's a huge topic in the market globally at the moment. So if I could just share some small tips that people could use almost immediately. One of them is blink exercises, especially if you're working inside the office. We forget to blink as much as we should blink. And even if we do blink, we become very light blinkers. The way our eyes produce tears is by blinking. When we blink and blink particularly hard enough, then it compresses the lacrimal glands of the eyes, the glands which produce tears. So when we blink tight, the glands get stimulated and start producing tears. But if we're just blinking lightly, that stimulation is not taking place. So we're not producing then as much tears as we might want. So a simple exercise that we could do is blink exercises. So I'll just try and see if I can demonstrate it, and I'm happy for all of you to join me in this exercise. So in order to do blink exercise, first of all, you close your eye.
So Nehul,
Yeah.
if you are trying to show us something, if you switch off these here
Stop
screen,
share. Stop share. Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
now we can see you.
Yeah, now it's easier. That's fine. Thank you. So if everybody would like to join me in this small little exercise that you can try doing at home in your own time. So you just close your eye gently, and then you squeeze it. And then count to 3. 1, 2, and 3. And then open the eye again. Close it. Squeeze it. 1, 2, and 3. And then open it. And one last time, close it, squeeze it, count to 3. 1, 2, and 3, and then open it. And that's 3 times that you've done the exercises. But I would encourage you to do that approximately 10 times every single day. And what happens with that is the brain automatically remembers that when it blinks, when you blink, it needs to blink tightly. Some people go to sleep with their eyes partially open at night as well. I don't know whether you've ever experienced or noticed that. And these type of exercises are particularly beneficial for them. Just going to go on the share screen again. Okay, you can see my screen again. Dry eye symptoms. Yeah, okay. So that's a little bit about blink exercises. Of course, you have eye drops that you can get from the chemist for any issues with regard to dry eyes. And I think a lot of us will be pretty au fait with them. But the one thing that many people are not aware of that I wanted to touch up on is this thing called a tear duct massage. When infants are born, sometimes their eyes are watery. As we get older, our eyes can also start to water. So what causes it? And that normally tends to be a partially blocked tear duct. So you'll see in the picture at the bottom where the location of the tear duct is. And I'm just going to stop share again for a moment so that I can just demonstrate how you could do a proper tear duct massage. So when you do a tear duct massage, our tear ducts are towards the nose. We have one on the upper eyelid and another one on the lower eyelid. We have two tear ducts. The function of these tear ducts is the water has to go inside the tear duct, goes around, and then come back out again. But if there's a blockage in this tear ducts, the water cannot go in, it cannot go around, so you get watering. So with newly born babies, for example, the tear ducts probably are just not properly formed or are still forming, or they're still slightly partially blocked. And one of the things that you could do for your little ones is put your finger at the top there after you've washed your hands, if possible, and then press down that way. Lift the finger up again, go from the top, push in, and then go down one more time. And you do that approximately 5 to 10 times. Even as we get older, our tear ducts also tend to get blocked. And this is actually a good method of it's a good method of clearing those tear ducts. If it's partially blocked, it generally tends to help and resolve it. If the tear ducts are very blocked, sometimes we need to refer it for a syringe to be put inside the tear duct so that it opens up. It's it's a pretty straightforward process.
So Nehul, there is a question from Petrus from South Africa.
Okay.
Because our audience are on social media.
Yeah.
He's referring that to 20-20-20 rules, and
yes.
He enjoys that. He wants to ask a question. Is it okay to look further as you can and slightly longer than 20 seconds?
Yes, further the better, longer the better, basically. The only issue sometimes is that sometimes we just have to look at the practicality of it if you're studying or doing office work. But as a general rule, the more you look into the distance, the better it is. And it doesn't have to be 20 feet. It's just to give an analogy. And
minimum 20 feet is better, correct?
Correct, yes, exactly.
And Cassandra from Cyprus is asking, is there any color one should avoid when you are resting your eyes and looking further?
No, not really, Sandra. I mean, generally, the only thing when you look further away, and of course, most people don't do it, is just be careful that you don't look directly at the sun as such. But no, as far as colors are concerned, but you will tend to find that some colors are more soothing and pleasing compared to the other. And you can generally tend to choose your pick because it differs from person to person. But a lot of people, for example, love green because of the greenery that we have around, or blue, or a cool blue. But no, otherwise, there's no real concern. It doesn't affect the way the rays of light hit the retina. But
is that the reason? No, is that the reason that hospital uses light blue uniforms and light green uniforms? It's pleasant.
Yeah. It has a nice soothing effect to people's minds as well, and that's why they call it the cool blue, basically. Yeah. So it is, no, absolutely.
So there you are, Petrus and Cassandra. We hope you are okay. Nehul, what we will do, Shahid Khan is here from India, who is going to talk about blindness in India.
Okay.
Maybe we visit him and we come back to you later because you are here, because your tips are important. And maybe let's go and welcome Shahid from India.
That's fine.
and we'll keep on chatting. So, Kirit, let's bring Said Khan, who is there in India, who's going to tell us. And India, as you know, they do so many eye camps, and India requires them because there's so many people who need eye attention. So, Kirit, let's welcome Shahid Khan from India. Gobla Namaste, Shahid Khan, how are you?
Global
Global
Namaste.
everybody.
So
Global
welcome, Dr. Shahid Khan. Dr. Shahid Khan is an eye surgeon in the government civil hospital of Palampur, Himachal Pradesh from last year. And he's done his ophthalmology in Shimla in 2005 and 2015. So 10 years experience of working in this area, and really welcome you to this Healing Our Earth platform today. And Global Namaste. And over to you to share your expertise.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Myself, Dr. Shahid, and I work in India as an ophthalmologist in a government institution. And the problems in India are something different than the developed countries. So, am I audible? Audible to everyone?
So, Said, we can hear you. If you could improve your microphone output so it can be louder.
Okay.
I think you're using earphones,
Okay.
so you need to adjust so that microphone output is louder.
Okay, now it's okay.
Bit more.
I will speak loudly. My microphone, I think I should change now. Change it.
Yes, or maybe you can join the computer audio. It might be better. You don't need the headphones then.
Okay, I'll try.
So while you are sorting that out, so Kirit, Nehul came with very important tips that can actually help rest the eye.
Better now, sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you speak, Said?
Is it better, sir?
Much better. Carry on like this, Said. Go ahead. Shahid, can you hear us? Shahid, your speakers are not on, so you can't hear us. Yeah, Shahid. Shahid, we can hear you loud, but your speakers were not on, so
Okay.
you couldn't hear us.
Sir, I'm just trying to do the.
Okay, it's
Now
better now as well. Shahid, keep on talking.
Okay, it's okay, sir. Now.
Yeah, it is better now. Go ahead, Shahid.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for inviting me for this talk. So I chose the topic for today's discussion is blindness in India, because in a country like India, we are still dealing with blindness in a very large scale. So if you please allow me, I want to share some PPT with you.
And Shahid, is it particular to India? Is there any reason why Indians suffer too much on eye problems? Is there any particular reason?
Yes, sir. Sir, I will discuss what are the challenges in India. So give me some time, sir. I want to just share one PPT which I've made to share the problems. Yes.
You are a co-host, so you can share screen, so there is no problem. If you look at we have got it.
Okay, sir.
And if you could maximize it, right? If you maximize your screen, so we don't have to look at the taskbar, so it becomes larger.
Now it's okay, sir.
You're actually zoomed in. If you just maximize the screen.
Yes.
Oh, don't worry, just carry on.
Shahid, if you press from beginning, from current slide, I think that will do it.
From beginning, sir?
From beginning and from current slide, I think that will do it, yeah. And press from current slide, yeah.
Current slide. So I just start okay, sir. So my topic for today is blindness in India. As all of you know, sir, that the eye is a wonderful creation of nature and a masterpiece of perfection. So to lose vision, total or partial, is a tragedy.
So Shahid, at the moment, it's just your business card showing. If you need to prompt to the next screen if you are showing us next screen, okay?
Okay. Next frame is now it is visible, sir.
We can
Next
see
frame.
blindness in India and your qualifications and your civil hospital, but the screen is stuck on there. If you are going to the next screen, you need to either click on or look on your left bar. Look, you've got the next screen, I think. Okay, this is blindness
Now,
and vision.
okay, sir. This now it is
If you
visible,
double
sir.
click on that slide, it will expand actually.
Now it is visible, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
You've zoomed out too much. The screen is full. But carry on. We can see the whole definition and a partial blindness.
Okay, sir.
Your sound is gone, Said.
Hello, sir. I'm not able to start the slides.
The slides were moving, Said. At the moment, there is
They're not moving. Not moving, sir.
well, they were moving, but you need
Okay. Okay. Okay, sir. I just try to speak like this only because
okay. You can switch off your share screen, and then you
okay,
can talk to us maybe,
okay, sir.
so we can interact with you. Yes,
Yeah, now it's okay.
yeah, we can hear you now.
So it would have been better if I showed the slides. So the slides were really interesting, but no problem. I just talk like that only because, sir, the blindness in India, as of you all know, sir, that the prevalence of blindness in India is around 0.36%, sir. About 6.2 million people in India are blind, which is very huge. And what are the criteria? What is the definition of blindness? That blindness, we say that if a person cannot read about 3/60 in a Snellen's chart, or in layman's, it cannot read about 3 feet from his better eye, then he is known as blind. And that is blindness. 6.2 million people, and moderate to severe visual loss is the people suffering from moderate to severe visual loss is 1.06% of 55 million. So, what are the challenges in India uh, to tackle this blindness? Because I work in a government institution, so I will discuss mainly the most important causes which we face day to day basis, and the challenges are the lack of awareness in the society, poverty, sir, and the most important is like uneven distribution of the resources and eye care facilities, particularly, sir, in cities. There's a lot of qualified eye surgeons, and there's a very good hospitals, private hospitals also there, but the problem lies in the villages and the underprivileged societies. And also there is shortage of trained staff also there. So the in Indians, if we look at the Indian scenario, sir, the most important cause of blindness is, as you all know, is cataract. So we are still dealing with cataract in India, and it accounts about 62.6% of the cases. And you will be surprised to know, sir, that still today we encounter completely blind, totally blind people with bilateral mature cataracts. And last month also, sir, one lady came to me. I incorporated one pic also of her in this slide, but slide is not opening. So when she came to me, and she was completely blind, and she had bilateral mature cataract. And when I asked his son that why didn't he bring her to the hospital, so he said that she was diabetic, and her sugar was not under control, not in, and he had some financial problems also, and he was a daily wage worker. So he said that I didn't get the time, and some so she was sitting. Her mother was sitting in the home from the last 1 year, and she was completely blind. So we operated her in our hospital, and both eyes, and now she's doing pretty fine, sir. So There are lots of cases, sir, which we operate in the government hospitals and which are bilaterally blind with bilaterally mature cataracts. Then and the other problem, other the main problem which regard to blindness in India is the refractive errors, sir. Because in India, uh, but now it is somewhat the conditions are improving because in under National Program of Control of Blindness, we do this school eye screening programs, and we train the teachers to get the eyes checked of the in the school going children. But still, there are a lot of patients we come to at a later stage of their life with amblyopia, severe amblyopia, dense amblyopia, and so it is also a challenge to get the eyes checked in the school going children so that we can prevent the amblyopia induced blindness. And the third one is glaucoma. Glaucoma is also a big challenge in India, and particularly cataract. We are dealing with cataract, but glaucoma is a challenge because they are the glaucoma the dearth of glaucoma specialists in India. And if you can say in Himachal Pradesh, I work in Himachal Pradesh, and this is a state around 50 to 60 lakh population is there in this. So you will be surprised to know that there is the glaucoma is practiced by general ophthalmologists only. There is no specific specialized glaucoma specialist in all of the Himachal Pradesh, and uh, and uh, and the other one is cornea blindness. Cornea blindness is also rampant in India, and I will discuss some major causes in what are the major causes of cornea blindness in India. And again, in cornea, there is a I only two eye banks are available in whole of the Himachal Pradesh in Tanda Medical College and in Indira Gandhi Medical College. And there are lots of patients who are waiting for eye transplantation in India. So coming back to sir cataract, I've already told you, sir, that in India, or I speak of Himachal Pradesh, that the problems for in cataract is that in big towns or cities there are qualified eye surgeons, but the qualified eye surgeons are not in the rural areas. So rural people get to neglected there. So and also the new advanced technology is also not available even in government hospitals. They are available in medical colleges and in some bigger hospitals, but otherwise we are doing the old techniques of like manual small incision cataract surgery. Most of the cases are around 60 to 70% cases are of we operate like in manual small incision cataract surgery. Phacoemulsification still is not available. The machine is not available in every institute. And
So, Shahid,
coming up to yes, sir.
Shahid, so do you carry out any eye camps in India yourself?
Sir, camps we used to uh, do in the past, but nowadays the camp surgeries are not routinely done because in India there are some cases that in camp surgeries some cases of endophthalmitis were there, and the even some doctors were arrested also in some Punjab or Haryana district. I've read the news. So
Okay,
camp
so
surgeries are now
referring to regulations and bit of abuse or something. But how to local population, those who are very poor, is there a facility from the government that the government actually help out and
yes, sir, yes, sir. Sir, actually, there's a national program of control of blindness is being launched in 1976, and it is doing a very good job, sir. And in under that national program of control of blindness, we train the eye surgeons in advanced techniques of phacoemulsification, and short-term fellowships are being provided. Like I myself have done a short-term fellowship in from Arvind Eye Center, Madurai, in pediatric ophthalmology. So they train these eye surgeons in pediatric ophthalmology, retina services, and in glaucoma services, and in oculoplasties. So they can always come back, the government doctors. So they can come in the government institutes and provide their services. But still, sir, there's a lot to be done because again, I'm giving an example of Himachal Pradesh that in whole of the Himachal Pradesh for 50 to 60 lakh population, there is only a one qualified retina surgeon. Now it is two, I think.
There are only two retina surgeons which are available in Himachal Pradesh. One is in Rotary Eye Hospital in Maranda, and one is in IGMC Shimla. So there are lot of patients of even retina also which are not being dealt properly. So there's lot of work has to be done, sir, in India.
So basically, I think the state really requires education establishment so that more people can understand and qualify. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The government is doing good work, but still a lot have to be done. And in National Program of Control of Blindness, even some budget is also is available. So some phaco machines and microscopes, they are being purchased, and under this National Program of Control of Blindness. And even when I worked earlier in Bilaspur, Regional Hospital Bilaspur, one microscope. Earlier, I used to operate on the microscope that was an old microscope, like 20 years back, 10 to 15 years back, microscope I used. So the visibility was not good. So I used to operate on that microscope. But under this National Program of Control Blindness, some budget was there, and I purchased, my government institution purchased one microscope and one emulsification machine. And so I operated lots of cases there. And but the load of the patients is very much, sir. The eye surgeons are less, and the patient load is so much that it is sometimes it becomes very difficult to tackle all the cases. So that is why the this blindness in India is still a very challenge to face.
Okay, so let's ask our Kirit because he does South Asian health action down here and gets involved in. So, Kirit, what do you think of, literally, if it's more than, more than 6 to 7 million people who are blind, that would be like 10% population of United Kingdom, and that's quite high. What is the population percentage here in United Kingdom?
We'll have the statistics in terms of people with suffering with eye disease from our expert speakers. But one of the questions I wanted to ask Dr. Shahid was really about eye donation, because obviously with the blindness, what work are you doing around making sure, because in India, eye donation has really gone really popular and progressed over a number of years. So cornea transplants, etc. So what work are you doing around eye donation or raising awareness of eye donation?
Yes, sir. Sir, there's a awareness about eye donation recently, because a lot of celebrities are being they volunteered in this department. Like our main hero, like this superstar Amitabh Bachchan has pledged his eyes. Aishwarya Rai has pledged his eyes. So a lot of awareness program is being done, and by the government also. So again, sir, the problem there are multiple problems, like eye bank, like in Himachal Pradesh, only two eye banks are there. So eye banks are there, and the problem is that training problem, that not more many ophthalmologists are trained in keratoplasties, and the main problem is that the population they are somewhat not so enthusiastic about this pledging their eyes. So there's a lot of awareness to be done in the population, because people, when the person dies in some family or some, so they get going about these ritualistic things, religious things, and they miss this thing of identity. So there's a lot of scope in awareness for this eye donation, but still the work is going on, sir. And the even corneal blindness is also a big problem in India, sir. I think about 1.3 million people are there still waiting for the corneas to be transplanted.
So, Kirit, there is one question from Robert from Uganda. Robert is part of our environment team down there. Maybe Said or Nehul can answer. And Robert wants to know how we prevent corn rod dystrophies.
Corneal dystrophy, sir.
Yes. Is
Sir,
that
corneal
something
dystrophy?
you know?
Okay, corneal dystrophies are, sir, that they are the congenital problems, and actually, I think she is asking about corneal blindness. How to prevent corneal blindness? Because
Yes.
corneal dystrophies are these are the hereditary problems, and
uh, these are rare diseases in, as far as in India is concerned, because we are dealing with corneal blindness as such, and the important causes of corneal blindness in India are corneal ulcers, sir.
So,
And
Said,
corneal, yes, sir.
Said, we got Nehul here as well. Maybe Nehul,
Yes.
Robert had put up
Yeah.
over there.
No,
Any
no,
comment?
I
Hello,
heard
sir.
the
Hello.
I heard the question. One of the corneal dystrophy, and as Dr. Shahid correctly say, a lot of it is hereditary and from birth. But one common one is something called keratoconus. So the dystrophy basically means a degeneration of the front layer of the eye, which I showed you in the beginning, which is the cornea. So something can be happening to the cornea. For example, the cells of the eyes are just not smooth. They're becoming a little bit irregular. And the cornea itself is actually made from collagen. The cornea over here is made from collagen molecules. Sometimes they can break down, for example, and they can cause an irregular cornea, something called keratoconus. Now, as far as in the UK, when we do pick up something like keratoconus, just as an example, it's just one type of a corneal problem. We can refer them for something called cross-linking. So collagen molecules in the cornea makes it smooth. If it starts to break down and the cornea becomes irregular, they use something called cross-linking, where they link all the collagen molecules together to make the surface even, for example. So it depends upon what type of corneal dystrophy and what we're dealing with. Sometimes some people have got eyelid gland problems, blepharitis, lots and lots and lots of blepharitis, and if it's very severe, the infections around the cornea can also cause some sort of a corneal problem. And as Dr. Shahid also pointed out, ulcers can also be a big problem, particularly where sanitation is not correct, basically. So it does depend from one corneal problem to another in terms of how best to manage it.
And so, Robert, I hope you got satisfaction to your answer. Of course, without looking at your history or diagnosis, the opticians or doctors cannot give you complete answers. But if you wish to know more, Robert, since you are part of Healing Environment team, you can connect with Dr. Amrita Sharma, who will connect you with Nehul or Shahid, and they might be able to help you. We are always here to help at Healing Our Earth. Nehul, stay around. We want to.
Bye. We'll have Dr. Stan, who's will be touching up on some of this, and she'll be able to also help our colleague from Uganda as well. So stay tuned, our colleague from Uganda.
It's useful. And Kirit, while we were talking, Dr. Roxanne has come up with very good statistics here in UK.
Yes.
Shocking. Every 6 minutes, someone might be told that they are going blind. And every day in United Kingdom, 250 people start losing their sight. Now, that's quite a lot for a small population of United Kingdom. And as it stands, about 2 million people or 2.7 million by 2030 will have sight problems. So that's quite a lot. And by 2050, 4 million. Now, 6 million in a population of 1.4 billion in India, then UK has got a big problem because 4 million is quite a lot. So thank you, Dr. Roxanne, who she's also going to be here and giving us some tips. So Shahid, while you are in India, Nehul gave us some tips for your eyes or how you can prevent some sort of eye problems by just doing basic exercises. What are your tips that you give to people in India so they can avoid some eye problems?
Sir, one thing which I wanted to discuss here, because the problems are different in India, and the problem of corneal is so rampant in India, sir, that the patient is not treated, and they do not go to doctors, they go to quacks. So the quackery is a very big problem in India, and be it in eye or in psychiatry or in skin diseases. So when I was posted in Bilaspur, it's a very interesting thing which I want to discuss. When I was posted in district Bilaspur in a government institute, many patients with corneal ulcer used to come to me, and they said that prior coming to you, we went to a local quack. She was a 80 years old lady, what she used to do, that when the patient with as Dr. Nehal and I know that when there's a conjunctivitis or some viral keratitis in the eye, the patient feels foreign body sensation. He or she feels that there's something in the eye, foreign body is there. So the patient went there, and what she used to do, that she kept a unstyled cotton in her home. She had a small home, and she was not a very rich lady. She was also a rural lady, poor lady, and already one stick, small stick, she used to put in the cotton. And when the patient came, she just swiped the cotton in the eyes, and she told the patient that, see, this is the foreign body I have taken out. Now you can go, and Avenue, now you are okay. Now then the patients, they all came to me, and the severe, sometimes corneal ulcer, severe keratitis, and so I was really very depressed that who is this lady. So I went to her home, and as disguised myself as a patient, and then I caught her red-handed, and then I convinced her very politely that, Mataji, aisa mat kariye, please don't do like this. You're, many of the people are going blind by these activities of you. I hope that now she has not done it, but this practice, jo we say in Hindi, like kuda nikalna, it is so rampant in every 2 or 3 villages. There are some quacks are sitting, and they do this kind of things and they are also one of the more important causes of blindness in India. So a lot of work has to be done in this field. Also awareness, about awareness, that you should not go to quacks, you should come to the doctors, because people in India, I don't know why they prefer quacks more than qualified doctors.
Yes, maybe because of poverty, and those people are much cheaper. I mean, they use pliers to pull a teeth out, and they're sitting on the things, and they become chiropractors. They just read your neck and say, "Oh, you're okay," and they damage. Yes, we need to educate. I think India is educating. Is good. Nehul mentioned a very good point about sanitation. Now, the water that we dump into our eyes, if itself is not very safe, and India hasn't got, like, unlike Europe, where the water is more safe and better sanitized. Neville, your point was very right. Sahib, do you feel that sanitation is also part of problem in India?
Yes, sir. Which is related to hygiene only. This problem of corneal ulcers and these infections are, and even trachoma is also coming back in India, sir. In earlier, some 4 to 5 years of back, there was no active. It was said that there were no active trachoma case, but now trachoma is also coming back. So it has a lot to do with the sanitation, and these infections are a lot to do with sanitation and
And Sahib, what is
these
your
things.
daily tip that you teach your family or your children or your friends that is a must exercise and or tips that people could do for a better eyesight and a longer sustaining eyes?
Sir, whenever it is possible, whenever we get the chance by social media or by newspapers or anything, we always try to convince people that whenever there is some eye problem or some, you go to the doctor first. First, you go to the doctor, get your eyes checked up. And even, sir, diabetic retinopathy is now also becoming rampant in India also, because there are a lot of diabetic patients now, and even there's a lot of work to be done in awareness point of view, because people not getting their fundus or retina checked in even diabetes cases. And one other important disease which has recently come in India is retinopathy of prematurity. So now, due to increased survival rates of neonates in India, so there are a lot of patients of retinopathy of prematurity also coming, and there's a lot of work has to be done, because in this field there is no awareness. Whenever the child is preterm is born, and they never get their child retina checked up, which is very essential. At least fun in our national program of control blindness, we make it mandatory that every child less than 2 kg and 30 before 34 weeks of gestation should get his or her eyes checked in
And
the first
Sahib,
month of life.
are the chemists or pharmacists, are they equipped to give proper guidance on eyes in India?
No, sir, I don't think so, because the local chemists or these there's a one which I have noticed, that they give lot of steroids. And even I have encountered these cases like they have been given steroids for months and months and years. People were putting steroids and they have almost gone to blind with glaucoma. So they are not equipped, chemists and these
Let's
doctors.
ask,
I call them quite.
Said,
Yes.
let's ask the same question. Nehul is here in United Kingdom. He's here in London. Nehul, you're because our chemists and pharmacies are now allowed to dispense and or give certain advice for certain conditions. What is the situation when it comes to eyes? Do you feel UK Pharmacy Society and pharmacies are equipped to give advice?
So in the UK, we have over-the-counter medication. So for example, steroids, like Dr. Subhash was saying, you cannot get a steroid over the counter. It has to be prescribed by a consultant. We as optometrists also are not able to prescribe unless we've done something called an IP course, which trains us to be able to prescribe. But when it comes to basic antibiotics, dry eye supplements, antihistamine drops, things which are relatively safe, both the chemist and the optometrist both can actually do it. So having that controlled measure makes it a little bit more safer for the patient, so that everybody is just not prescribing steroids like what Dr. Shahid was saying, because that increases the pressure, and each time people take things blindly, they actually become blind, unfortunately, through increased pressure, glaucoma, etc. So it's quite controlled here in the UK for the right reasons.
So we are slightly more safer. I think it's a very good time to bring Subhash Suthar here because he's going to bring a different perspective. Kirit, shall we introduce Subhash and Shahid and Nehul? Stay around as long as you can because this kind of chat group is so good because our audience which are on YouTube, website, Facebook, Twitter, etc. are also learning, and eyes are very important. Nehul, you started that you have two gifts that you, when you wake up in the morning, I love that, I think we should use it as a tagline for eyes, that you got free gift. When you open your eyes, you're able to see. It's beautiful. Kirit, let's welcome Subhash because he's going to give a different perception to us.
Yes, thank you. Shahid Bhai, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you,
what we'll do is we will get your slides, and if you can email them to Amrita, we'll hopefully incorporate them somehow into the YouTube that you couldn't present. So thank you again for taking time.
Thank you, sir.
And
Thank
we
you,
look
sir.
forward to working with you in the future as well. So
Okay,
our next
global
speaker,
namaste to everyone.
global namaste. Thank you. So
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to introduce Subhash Bhai, who's actually a member, and also he's been doing some fantastic work here in the UK, but globally. But Subhash Bhai is a trained clinical therapeutic pharmacist. His focus is on eye health education. He's nationally and internationally in many organizations and delivers education sessions about eye care. He has developed the work wrist on knuckles, which he will show you around drops and how to take, how to use your drops more appropriately as well. But he delivers his talks in 4 different languages. So he speaks Gujarati, Hindi, Swahili, and obviously English. So he's doing some fantastic work. So Subhash Bhai, global namaste. Thank you for joining us and giving us your time and to share your expertise and knowledge of the work you do.
Global namaste, and thank you very much for inviting me for this session. It has been quite interesting listening to the other speakers who are there. Before I start, this particular presentation which I'm going to present is also his contribution from quite a number of international alumni. And recently I was at International Society of Dacryology, Dry Eyes. It was a 3-day seminar in London, and there were nearly 300 ophthalmologists from all around the world. And the huge amount of new work has been put in. So probably I'll be able to share some of the experience of 2 eminent consultants as well. And they have been kind enough to provide some very good slides here as well. Next slide, please. My area of work has been with basically the end user, that means the patient. So when any patient who goes through any of ophthalmologic examination, especially, for example, glaucoma, dry eyes, macular. And there are a number of times these patients will be on eye drops as well. And in that turn, dry eyes also became one of the big focus in the whole treatment paradigm. Now, let's start with dry eyes first and blepharitis. Next slide, please. The common symptoms which everyone feels when they have the dry eyes is sore, gritty eyes, stinging and burning, watering of the eyes, smelly vision, irritation from air conditioning or wind, red eyes and eyelids. I mean, Nehul just said that, you get up early in the morning, you open your eyes and that opens your vision. But this is where actually people find out that when they wake up in the morning and they have these blurry eyes, they go down to the washroom, do their ablution, wash their face, wash their eyes, and suddenly the vision clears up. So there are quite a number of things involved around here. Next slide, please. Neville also presented just now the anatomy of the eye. I'm going to talk about a little bit of the external anatomy of the eye. What you see here is the upper eyelid, eyebrows up there. Then you get the upper eyelid, when you got the eyelashes. At the bottom of the eyelashes, there are small little holes which are opening of meibomian glands. Then there are lacrimal duct and as well as the lower lid as well. And then there is sclera, cornea, and the pupil is there. Next slide, please. Now, as I would say, blinking is very important. Blinking is one process which actually is like a wiper of the car. It's a very rough sort of analogy I'm putting it. But when we blink, the blink reflex causes 3-4 action in the eye. What it does is that it produces 3 substances, and what we call is a tear film. It produces a tear film. And now tear film, if you take a tear film and actually vertically slice it, you will be able to see 3 different layers. The one closest to the eye is a lipid layer or a sticky layer, which actually sticks to the eye. Then the middle layer is an aqueous layer, which is not water actually, but it is water. It has got oxygen, it has got nutrients which supplies the surface of the eye, and outside layer is an oily layer. Now the nature is so fabulous in creating this that the oily layer actually prevents the evaporation. So every blink actually provides this shutter and cleanliness of the eyes. It cleans the debris or the dust or whatever is deposited on it. Now another thing which happens is, and we should understand this, on an average, a human being blinks about 12 to 15 blinks a minute. So this is it. Now, I know that quite a number of things which has happened in the past and which is happening now, and we'll come to that. Next slide, please. Now, what triggers these dry eyes? The triggering of the dry eyes, first of all, it is the tear film instability. And that is one of the most important things which we need to know. If you look at the diagram here, excessive evaporation from ocular surface. So if there's an air condition, there's a high wind over there, the eyes are not protected, and there's an excessive evaporation from the eye. So it causes the dryness. Second thing, increased osmolality of the tear film. That means the imbalance of the tear film composition. And if you look at other area, damage to the surface of the eye cells, that is due to corneal surgery, to preservative which are there in eye drops, and which causes watery eyes as well. Inflammation of the ocular surface is another problem, and which is also due to contact lenses, meibomian gland disease, blepharitis, which was just mentioned, poor diet, dry environment, and not blinking enough. And loss of microvilli, that means the surface area of the cellular loss is there. So this whole thing compounds into the dryness of the eyes. Now, over the past about 5 years or so, and plus during the pandemic, when I started looking at the blinking rate of the people, you'll be surprised. And even now today, if you look at it, the amount of screen time, which is in case you take your phones, your computers, your television, and on an average, a person actually spends about 11 hours on the screen time. And when I looked at the blinking rate, which has dropped nearly by 60 to 70%. So you can see what happens here. And most of the computer users, I've got my daughters who keep on working on the computer quite a while. And I've just made a small little note for them to stick it on the computer that don't forget to blink. Nehul also said that 2020 rule, which I'll also show it in the further slide. Next slide, please. Systemic drugs identified the large epidemiological studies and associated odds ratio for the risk of dry eyes disease. This is a very big list, I know, but there is quite a large number of drugs which are being prescribed, especially in elderly as diseases increases and the management or the treatment starts coming in. If you look at non-steroidals, diuretics, vasodilators, analgesic, antibiotics, there's quite a long list of these products, and this causes also one of the cause of dry eyes as well. You look at antihypertensives as well. Quite a large number of patients who are already on for the blood pressure tablets. So this is one other thing which is actually causes a problem. Antihistamines, as the summer will start in, pollen will start, and people start taking antihistamines for their allergic reaction. So inhaled steroids, people with asthma. So if you look at the whole list of gamut over here, which is listed here, and it does cause it. And this study is from TFSO, the Tear Film Ophthalmic Society. Next slide, please. The classification of iatrogenic dry eye is also, if you look at this, first of all, drug-induced, systemic as well as topical drugs, both. Contact lens induced, people use contact lenses, quite a large number of hard lenses, soft lenses, semi-soft lenses as well. Then ophthalmic surgery, refractive surgery, which has been now becoming probably a fashion and a sort of a, we can take off your glasses and people do go for that. It is a cosmetic surgery. It is essential in some ways, but it causes quite a lot of damage to the scleral surface, to the corneal surface as well. Keratoplasty, which was mentioned, cataract surgery. I have seen quite patients now constantly see the patients after the cataract surgery that they suffer from dry eyes. Lid surgery, oculoplastic surgery, and of course, conjunctival surgery. There's quite a number of things. Glaucoma surgery, of course, and we will be having glaucoma specialists coming in after this talk as well, and he'll be able to speak about quite a number of things as well. Vitreous surgery, stabilization surgery for adjusting the eyes, instrumental corneal ring. So there's quite a number of things which are listed on that side as well. Now, if you look at the non-surgical ophthalmic procedures, botulinum toxin, cross-linking, which Nehul said about it. Cosmetics, I'll be speaking about the cosmetic. There has been huge work going on now, and there's a new literature which has come out to explain the use of cosmetics and how it affects the eyes as well. And I was, last week I was at International Society of Dacryology Dry Eye Symposium for 3 days, and believe me, 300 plus consultants from all over the world, and it was an amazing learning experience with some of the things which I'll be bringing over here as well. Graft versus host tissues as well, and others. And penetrating keratoplasty, linear keratoplasty, and endothelial keratoplasty. There's quite a lot of things which are going on. Next slide, please. This is amazing literature which has been produced, and this consultant from Ireland, Nikolai Budmilila, and she presented, and it's one of the most amazing piece of work which has just been produced, and I've just been permitted to produce that from the leaflet which they have produced along with Santian, that 10 signs your makeup could be harming your eyes. To give you an example, yesterday, I was speaking with a friend of mine, my ex-colleague from the company where I used to work before, and we were just talking about this particular makeup thing. And she told me that she has got a colleague, and in her words, her eyes are always inflamed and the surface of the eye looks like glue. And that is all because of the cosmetics. And people don't realize the cosmetic, when the mascaras, which block the meibomian gland, if you don't clean it up, even on the facial surfaces, the creams and other things, which has got quite a list. In this particular literature, there's a huge list of what not to, what to look for when you pick up a makeup kit. So it's quite interesting, and hopefully in next program we'll be able to bring Miss Nicola Budmile on, and she would definitely agree to come over and give a talk here. She's from Eye Institute of Surgery from Ireland, and also this leaflet which is available now, and Santen has been very kind enough to provide the leaflet. So if you require it, please let me know and we'll see that you get it. Next slide, please. 8 out of 10 dry eyes problems feature blepharitis. Now, blepharitis is, sometimes they call it dandruff of the eyes. If you notice some people, you might see that white little dandruffy like substance on their eyelid margin. That is blepharitis. What happens here, when the meibomian glands get blocked up, then infection sets in and the bacteria sets in, and that causes the blepharitis. So there's medication available. There is a process. I'll show you how to actually deal with blepharitis as well. Next slide, please. This is a very good way of showing or explaining it to the patient if you find blepharitis. When, first of all, warmth, massage, and clean. Do you know that the eyelid margin actually has 41 degrees centigrade temperature? The body has the 38 degrees, but eyelid has got 41 degrees centigrade. Why? Because it helps the meibomian gland to keep open and keep that substance or the oily substance coming out. So that is very important. I have always actually advised the patient that as and when you go down to the washroom, please wash your eyes. I'll also show you how to wash the eyes as well. But dip a clean handkerchief or a flannel cloth in hot water as you can tolerate. Close your eyes and wipe your eyes gently from eyebrow downwards, keeping a little pressure on the eyelid margin towards your cheek. If you do it 3-4 times every time you go down to the washroom, if you do that, believe you me, it actually clears up the clogging and everything. And those people who use lots of mascara, it is extremely essential to see that the eyelids are very, 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 very clean. And actually, when you put that little pressure on the eyelid margin, it gives a sort of a little massage, which actually stimulates the meibomian gland to produce the meibomian fluid. So the cleanliness is very important as well. Next slide, please. Be screen smart. Mehu just said about 20-20 rule. Look away from your screen every 20 minutes and focus on something 20 meters or 20 feet away for about 20 seconds. And keep hydrated. Keeping hydrated is extremely important. We live in a very cold country, and believe you me, people don't drink enough water. But when I talk about keeping hydration, people tell me, oh, I have a couple of cups of tea, I drink lots of coffee. Doesn't work like that. You need to have at least 3, 4, 5 glasses of water. Make sure you minimize the symptoms of screen fatigue by following this 20-20 rule. And this is a must. I keep on telling actually everybody. You know what? When I travel by train in the tube, I actually I look at people. I'm the only one who does not take out my phone, by the way, when I'm traveling in the tube. But I watch people. Literally 100% of the travelers are all stuck to their mobile phone. And you look at their eyes, and their blinking has actually gone down. And I have seen people actually rubbing their eyes, having watering of the eyes. They look up at you and then back again onto the screen. And then they go and work on the computer. So, and next slide, please. It's quite interesting to watch people. Eye hygiene, let's talk about eye hygiene. I told you about wash your eyes with hot water as you can tolerate, and by soaking in a clean flannel or a handkerchief, wipe it from top to bottom, and it just helps cleaning up the eyelid margin as well. And to bring back the balance of the tear film, use a preservative-free lubricating eye drops. I never ever get tired of talking about this. Please do not buy artificial drops or lubricating eye drops from a supermarket aisle. They may be cheaper, but they do not contain the right ingredients. Even if they contain a right ingredient, they do have a preservative called benzalkonium chloride, which is very detrimental to the eye surface. So now most of the drugs, quite a large number of drugs, eye drops are now available as preservative free. And to prevent to prevent the drops getting into the system, it is very essential to close the eye gently after putting the drop in. I'll show you that photograph next in the slide, but it is like the corner of the eye here, which is the opening of the lacrimal duct. After putting the drop in the eye, just gently close the eye. Don't squeeze it, because if you squeeze it, 20% of the liquid will go through that nasolacrimal duct and go into the nasal cavity. When I give talks to the patient, I always ask the first question: when you put the eye drop in, do you get a funny taste in your mouth? Believe you me, at least 80% would say yes. Now, why they say yes, and I actually came to know in the last conference which I attended, number of people have opening of their lacrimal duct opening is large, and some people have got very small ones. The people with small lacrimal opening probably may not have that liquid coming into that nasolacrimal duct into the nose or getting in the system, but people with larger opening has it. So this was again a learning process for me, for myself as well. But it is very essential when people are on beta blockers for glaucoma treatment. If they are on beta blockers, they are asthmatic, and if that small little dose which goes inside the body through the nasolacrimal duct would cause a problem. Next slide, please. Preservatives. Again, it is very essential to this chronic exposure to the ocular surface to preservatives now very well known. There's a huge amount of work has been going on. The number of literatures which is coming out, and the toxicity is also and the adverse reaction which it causes, and especially the next consultant, when he will talk about glaucoma surgery, probably he would also mention it, or even in cataract surgery, that the patients who have been on a long-term preservative drops has got ocular surface problems, and the healing also gets problem after the surgical procedure. So there are many in vitro and in vivo studies demonstrating that benzalkonium chloride can induce corneal and conjunctival epithelial cell apostasis. And it damages the corneal nerves. It delays corneal wound healing and interferes with the tear film stability and causes a loss of goblet cells, which are on the scleral surface. Preservative-free drops may be a better choice for patients who have pre-existing ocular surface conditions and or need frequent installation of eye drops, especially glaucoma patients who are on a number of drops as well. And even patients with suffering from dry eyes, now they are always the prescribed lubricant eye drops. And it is very essential to see that they get preservative-free eye drops. It has become accepted that preservative use in dry eyes disease is damaging to the ocular surface as well. And thus the use of preservative-free topical steroids is also growing. Next slide, please. The aim of the treatment of dry eyes disease management is to restore hemostasis, means the balance of the tear film of the ocular surface by breaking the vicious cycle. Now, what happens is when the dry eyes occur, the first reaction of the body is to produce more water to soothe the surface, but the more water comes, more evaporation takes place, and the cycle keep on going. And it is not actually the treatment. I mean, we need to break this cycle, and this vicious cycle can only be broken by actually giving a lubricating eye drop, which actually brings back the balance. Next slide, please. Let me talk a little bit about eye health and nutrition, and a couple of slides which will be coming on is been sponsored or given by Dr. Rachna Murthy, and she has done some amazing work in especially eye health and especially nutrition of the eye health as well. What is it? Is it fact or fiction? Let's go ahead and see that. Next slide, please. The risk factor, dietary habits, including glycemic index and high fat intake, have been associated with increased risk of early and or progression of advanced dry eyes and related issues as well. Even macular disease also is considered to be one of the factors which comes in. Smoking, of course, is one of the reasons, but people don't understand that. You see people now smoking as well as now these e-cigarettes puffing away merrily. And also, we also found that during the pandemic, people who are using the mask, that also caused quite a lot of dry eyes because the breath was actually getting into their eyes as well. Genetic factors are also most consisting risk factors. Next slide, please. This is Dr. Jonathan Roos and Rachana Murthy, and they have done dry eyes disease and lifestyle epidemics. 3 years of tremendous work has been done, and they've got a huge amount of literature. And probably in future we might be able, we will bring Dr. Rachana Murthy on this program, and she will be able to give a very big insight into it. Next slide is from her. If you look at the nutrition of it, she has simplified it absolutely beautifully. And the TFSO is a Tear Film Ocular Society, right? And if you look at the possible positive impact on the eye surface and possible negative impact on the eye surface, both is balanced here. And if you look at caffeine, herbs, honey, minerals, omega-3, spices, and vitamins on the left-hand side, which has positive impact, and possible negative impact, if you see on the other side as well, is quite a large area which is there. So the food intake, and next slide will explain a little better because this is quite. Next slide, please. Right. An increased intake of dietary antioxidants, especially carotenoids, vitamin A, vitamin C, may reduce the risk of early and possibly advanced AMD as well as the dry eyes as well. A combination of intake of vitamins with omega-3 fatty acids may be beneficial. But remember, any supplement should be taken under advice from a medical professional. This is very important to know, because if you overindulge into taking lots and lots of vitamins, it's not going to work very well. It might even cause some problems as well. It is always advisable to have a balanced dietary intake in form of green leafy vegetables, fruits, nuts, and foods in high omega-3 fatty acids. I know there are quite a lot of vegetarians or maybe on the line as well, but even for vegetarians, omega-3 is available in the really good oils as well, like olive oil as well. Next slide, please. So how to find a dry eye drop that works? Choose preservative free. I never get tired of saying this. Choose hyaluronic acid. Choose bioprotectants and easy to use economical bottles. Now, number of companies, pharmaceutical companies, have reverted to this, and you get different brands which are really, really very good for controlling, bringing the hemostasis back into your dry eye surface. Next. What I find, even if I asked you a question just now here, that if you were given a bottle right now to put the drops in your eyes, show me how would you do it. I asked this question at the International Society of Dracology, where in the audience there were more than about 100 people, consultant present, and not a single consultant showed me how to put the drop correctly in their eyes. So you know the problem here. Patient gets an eye drop bottle, goes home, reads through the literature, finds out all the side effects that have been listed, and they think they get it. It is very difficult to put in the eye. If you've got dexterity problem, there is a problem. If you don't have a dexterity problem, then they go on to Dr. Google. And believe you me, I saw 2,000 pictures on Google, which has shown absolutely terrible, terrible way of putting the eye drops in, right? So how do you do it? I developed this wrist on knuckle technique. There is a story behind it. I will tell you some point because I might be running short of time at some point, but it is walk, wrist on knuckle method. First of all, when I talk to the patient, I always, and if they are on drops, I ask them, do you know why these drops have been prescribed for? People must understand the medication, why it is being prescribed for. Why do I need to take them? Explain it to them. It is very essential for them to understand that it does help them. And how do I put them in? That is the biggest problem they have, because if they find difficulty in putting the eye drops in, they're not going to use it. If it burns and stings, they're not going to use it. I can tell you stories and stories, and I can go on for hours explaining this to you. And next is, when do I put them in? So for example, for glaucoma drops, there are timings. They say put it in the morning, put it in the afternoon, twice a day, 3 times a day. One drop is put it before going to bed. What time do you go to bed? If you look at the pharmacological action of the drug and the timing, it is very essential to understand that the drug, when you put it in the eye, it starts working immediately, achieves a certain level of competency, and then it drops out, and then cycle has to be repeated. So the drop has to be put in at a certain time, right? Next slide, please.
Subhash, you've got about 2 minutes. If you could just show the technique.
Yeah, here we go. I say walk this way. Next slide, please. First of all, it's very simple. If I am a right-handed person, and what I do, I create a fist with my left hand, putting my thumb on the palm. So my actually thumb pushes my middle finger a little bit up, right? Once that's done, you see it forms a little hollow. This hollow, you put it on your cheek like this. You hold a bottle. I have a bottle. Yeah. You hold the bottle, say for example, like this on your right hand, and you put the wrist on the knuckle here and pulling the lower lid down. You press it, drop goes in. Next, drop goes in. Simplest, easiest method of putting the drop in without any injuring the eye, because what you need when you put the drop in, it is very essential that your eye drop bottle doesn't touch your eye at all. So it will not cause any infection or injury to the eye. So it is very simple. This is available as a Word document. If you want it, I can send it to Kirit and you can give it to anyone in the world if they want it. Okay. Next slide, please. Thank you very much.
Subhash, thank you very much. You've covered so much in the short time you've given us, and it's great to have you and obviously the fellow colleagues. So what we'll do is we'll take questions after Dr. Roxanne's presentation, and then we can, if there are any listeners and viewers, if you've got any questions, put them in YouTube. Yeah.
Can we do one thing? Because the presentation was on while Subhash was actually showing. So Subhash, if you could just courtesy one more, how to put the eye drops very slowly so people can see that explicitly and clearly. Over to you, Subhash.
Absolutely. Give me a second. I'll get a proper small little bottle.
And meanwhile, let's welcome Dr. Amrita Sharma, our anchor from India in I think she's in Himachal Pradesh or somewhere around there. Global Namaste to you.
Global Namaste, everyone. Thank you so much. Global Namaste, Kirit Bhai. Global Namaste, Dr. Subhash. We are ready.
Eye hygiene.
Yes, go ahead.
Oops.
Yes, he was not. I know. Okay, go ahead.
Too much enthusiasm.
It's good because people are actually enjoying, because your presentation was very succinct, academical as it was also to the tips points, so the consumers outside on YouTube and Facebook are enjoying. So now slowly, deliberately, if we could show them how to take the eye drop safely and correctly.
Right. First of all, eye drops are available in quite a number of different shapes and sizes: bottle, square bottle, flat bottle, small bottle, large bottle. This one is a eye drop for lubricating eye drop. Excellent product. There is another excellent product. Here it is. There's another excellent product which is also there. So there are a number of products out there. Now, hand hygiene is always very important. Previously, we used to say, go to the washroom, wash your hands, etc. But now we have got sanitizers at home. So sit down comfortably in a chair or a sofa, or if you can lie down as well. But wash your hands with your sanitizer, clean it, have a clean tissue paper on the side. So when you open the lid, please see that you put the lid onto the surface on the clean tissue paper, so it doesn't get infected. Then, as I said, this is for people who have got no dexterity problems, so they can do your proper movement with the hands. I'm a right-handed person. So what I do is I hold my bottle. Now this is a different bottle, so there is an edge. But if you've got a round and a smaller bottle, you hold the bottle like this. That means the nozzle is facing or parallel to the palm. And with the fingers, you'll be able to adjust the angle. With my left hand, I create a fist by putting my thumb on the palm, so that my thumb, actually, if you see, it pushes my middle finger a little bit up. When you see this hollow, now it's always good to lean back, never do standing up, because sometimes we don't have a good balance and we might trip and fall down. And I've seen people falling down. So this hollow, you put it on the cheek like this, okay, and rest your wrist on the knuckle. The reason why, because it gives very much stability. You can adjust the angle of the bottle, and it is very easy to press it. So you press it, drop goes in, and if you have to put it in the second eye, you just move your hand, same principle, put the drop in. Once you put the drop in, gently close the eye. Don't squeeze it. Gently close the eye, because the liquid actually will spread by itself all over the eye. Gently close the eye. Then, to prevent it going into the mouth via the nasolacrimal duct, the tip of your finger at the corner of the eye here, at the starting of the nose, you'll find a little bump there. Just gently press there for about a minute. Now, minute seems very long. So when I do the presentation with the patients, I always say, do you remember my name? They'll say, yes, Subhash. I say, repeat my name 30 times. It's a joke, but it has registered so well. I met a patient after 5 years at catering. I got a tap on the back and said, Subhash, isn't it? He said, yes. I heard you 5 years ago in Milton King Hospital, and my pressure has been absolutely perfect. I've been able to put my drops in correctly. My consultant is happy. I'm very happy. This is available in a Word document with all the pictures, and I'll send it to Kirit so he can just send it to all over wherever who needs it. I hope it helps. Yeah.
Subhash, that was wonderful. Nicely. So remember, when you close your eyes, don't put a pressure, just gently close it. And remember, the point is showed you just on the top of the nose. And if you remember his name, just say it 30 times and it is going to work. Subhash, stay around because we want to still chit chat. Robert might still have a question. Kirit, Amrita, let's go to Dr. Roxanne because in continuation, and she has been here since the start, let's get some more tips from her and her ideas of what we should be taking care of. There we are. Let's welcome her. Kirit, let's welcome her so we know more about her, please.
Global Namaste, Dr. Roxana. Thank you for joining us. Dr. Roxana Crosby-Niobe is a clinical academic ophthalmic nurse and an honorary associate professor at University College London, Institute of Ophthalmology. She's also a National Institute for Health Research clinical lecturer and an interim program director for the NIHR Research Leaders Program. There's so much to talk about, Dr. Roxana. I've been privileged to be working with her over a number of years, especially around our South Asian diabetes support group. Done a number of presentations to us, working with Subhash Bhai. So without further ado, Dr. Roxana's talk is going to be around diabetic retinopathy, and also really about what the eyes and people who are diabetic can be doing to look at, better caring for their eyes and making sure that they take up their health checks. We are approaching Diabetes Awareness Week from tomorrow. So this week we have lots of awareness around health checks, and this is one of the key health checks that I'm sure Dr. Roxana will be talking about. So Global Namaste, Dr. Roxana.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Kirit, for inviting me here. And it's always a pleasure to follow my dad, my second dad, in his talks. And as you said, we've been doing talks up and down the country about this, about dry eyes, diabetes, glaucoma, with my colleague coming next on this program, and also about research. So just a bit about diabetes. I'll just So next slide. So just quickly, we know that as at 2019, the World Health Organization said that there are about 463 million people living with diabetes. And worldwide, it is the leading cause of treatable blindness in the working age group. There are lots of people with long-standing type 2 diabetes who do not have any diabetic eye problems, but sometimes there could be people who are more recently diagnosed with severe eye problems. I'll tell you a bit why later on. But essentially, we know that and there's a lot of people in the UK that suffer from sight loss or blindness due to diabetic eye disease. And it has lots of implications on the patients themselves emotionally, on their carers, on their families. And then if they're not able to work due to sight loss, it has a big socioeconomic burden, so it affects their income. So diabetic eye disease can happen in two different ways. And it's just a very simplified explanation, but generally two things tend to happen. So we have diabetic retinopathy, where we look at the entire retina. And I'll show you some pictures later on. But this is an analogy I'm going to use to explain how it works. So imagine you have a garden hose. And then the bit at the tap is where the water pressure is highest. And then the pressure may be a bit more reduced at the end of the hose. What tends to happen in diabetes is that high blood sugar tends to create holes in that hose pipe. And if you turn the tap on, so thinking about blood going through that hose pipe, you have leakages at different parts of that hose pipe because of the high blood sugar eating holes in that hose pipe. And if there's lots of holes and seeing leaks all over that hose pipe, by the time the blood gets to the end of the hose pipe, then you will have decreased pressure. So you have decreased blood flow, you have decreased oxygen, you have decreased nutrients. If that is too severe, the cells down at the end of the hose pipe say, well, you're not feeding me, so therefore I will feed myself. And they grow new abnormal blood vessels in an attempt to feed themselves because they're quite hungry. And those blood vessels are a problem because they're not supposed to be there. So that's the first bit that tends to happen with diabetic eye disease. The second bit that tends to happen is, again, due to that, leakage all around the hose pipe, the water goes and settles in the middle of the eye where you have most of your sight-seeing cells. So cells that look out for your sharpness in color, in reading. It just gets a bit blurred because the water is sitting there, and I'll show you what it looks like later on. So this is the second bit called diabetic maculopathy. This is a normal picture of a retina. So those of us who are in the UK and abroad, if we go to our opticians in the UK, optometrists, most of them have scans now in their practices and in hospitals as well. So this scan looks at the back of the eye. So this is a person's left eye, and just this box here is doing a scan of the eye, and the light just goes from top to bottom where these lines are. And this is what we see on the eye. So we have a nice little dip here in the middle, and we have what we call a chocolate cake layers. So you can see nice chocolate cake, then you've got some icing, chocolate cake icing, and this is a lovely picture of the middle of the retina. Now, if you've got leakage at the back of the eye, first you can see these little blobs on top there. So that's microaneurysms, we call them. But then once you look at the scan, you can see at the bottom here, this is collections of fluid. And that nice chocolate cake layer is no longer the same, nice layers anymore. You've got bits in the middle there. It's not clean as it was before. And these blobs are the water. And our patients tend to say, because this water is sitting on their lovely layer of photoreceptors at the bottom, so this is where the light passes through and the images are interpreted before it goes to the brain. Because the light, this water is basically blocking the light, patients tend to say it looks as though they're looking through, bare goggles, so they can't really see quite clearly and the vision is quite blurred. So in the UK, we've got a treatment algorithm in which we treat patients. So I'll go through what each of these terms mean in a later slide. But essentially, if you've got anything called R0, R1, or R2, which is no disease, some disease, and a bit more disease, we tend to observe you in our retinopathy clinic. So currently, we've got an annual system where we call patients back. Patients who are hovering around this R2 level, they may come back every 6 months. And in some patients, we have new evidence now that some patients may be able to go from annual screening, so every year screening, to every 2 years. And that's in place in Scotland already, and it's coming to the bits of England quite soon. But once you get to the proliferative stage, that's where those new blood vessels are growing. We then bring you into our hospital screening service because you need to be treated with laser. The maculopathy bit, so the bit that has the water sitting in the middle of the eye where you have most of your sight-seeing cells, we look for that again in our screening service. So if you've got no maculopathy, so you've got no leakage near the middle, we then just keep you in the annual screening service. As soon as you have one little dot in there that, because it's quite important to your vision, we send you in to our virtual pathway in our hospitals so that you can be seen. Now, some hospitals, if they have an optometrist or an ophthalmology department quite co-located with the screening department, they may have a program where they can do a virtual appointment and you just go as an outpatient. Harry will explain it a bit later also, but you go, you have a scan, and then you get your results in about 2 weeks' time. If there's nothing wrong with the eyes, then we just send you back again to the screening appointment. But if you need to be seen because that fluid is too near your sight-seeing cells, we then bring you into hospital, and it can be treated with laser or with an injection, depending on where that fluid is. But again, this is all about saving your sight because it's in that really, really important area. And I'll explain a bit later on as well in terms of your management, how we can keep you out of hospital, hopefully, for these two conditions. So this is R1. This is the background retinopathy, so a really little bit, and it looks like this, a normal picture at the back of the eye. And this person, this grader, just saw one little dot. So you can't see it in this normal picture, but in this picture, that's a black and white picture, you can see that one little dot where my mouse is circulating. That's that one little dot that would diagnose you as having background retinopathy. Now, it could be a little bit more than this, but just to show you what it looks like at the beginning stages. Secondly, we go on to R2. So this is pre-proliferative. So proliferative bit refers to those new blood vessels growing. This is the pre-proliferative stage, so just before you get to that stage. And you can see the eye doesn't look very well. There's lots of hemorrhages here. These little white spots where the cells unfortunately have died. The eye doesn't look as well as it did in that first R1 picture because lots of stuff are going on. And then these little yellow things are what we call exudate. So that's a leakage of your cholesterol and stuff into the back of the eye. You will also note that these vessels are quite thick and dilated, and some of them are, quite tortuous, so undulating, so because the eye is just not well at this stage. Now, moving on, again, this is where we have the new blood vessels. So you can see on the picture 1 with the R1, it was basically a nice looking eye. There was no problems going on there. But with this one, you can see these new blood vessels, these new growths, abnormal, not supposed to be there. So we call this new vessels elsewhere, and then new vessels disc. That's these little cauliflower shaped things going on in the disc. Again, it's abnormal. We will bring you in, treat you with laser so that we can stop this from progressing. Because if it does progress, we can have a bleed at the back of the eye. And you can imagine if you have blood in the back of your eye, then the light isn't able to come through, so you won't be able to see for a bit. And it can be quite traumatizing to patients, not being able to see. So we'd like not to have you get to that stage. Now, when you come into hospital, for us to be able to treat you, we need to be able to see exactly where this bleed is happening. And because it's leaky and the blood vessels are leaky around that stage, we give you a dye in the back of your arm, in your arms, called a fluorescein. And this is like a very fluorescent dye, and it's picked up on light. So dye goes into your arm, and you have lots of pictures with the camera, and you can see the vessels are glowing. So that's to tell us, yes, there is lots of leakage going on, but there's leakage, especially at this point, and this is the area that we need to treat. Now, moving on to the CSMO, so this is clinically significant macular edema. So just to recap, we can have the macular edema happening. It can just be one little spot just there, Or if it's clinically significant, that means we've got lots of stuff going on and the water level has risen to a point where we need to treat you because it can affect your vision. And this person will definitely have clinically significant macular edema, so would need to come in off the screening service, definitely into hospital for treatment. Now, if the exudates are, so this is the macular region here where I showed you that green square box previously. Anything outside that square box, we might tend to treat with laser. But if you have anything going on within that square green box, we will need to treat with injections, because we don't want the lasers damaging your precious sightseeing cells. Laser burns, tend to kill some of the cells, so we don't want it spreading. So therefore, we would treat you with laser if it's outside, but if it's inside, we treat you with injections. Now, this is what laser burns look like. These pictures are probably about 5 to 10 years old, so they don't look as bad now because we have new lasers coming forth. But the aim of the lasers is to kill those cells that are what we call hypoxic. So those cells that are crying out that, we don't have enough food, we don't have enough oxygen. We want to shut down, basically put a plaster in them out, what they're saying. So essentially, we give laser in certain areas and it kills the cells. But the laser burns sometimes tend to spread, so that's why we can give you one little dot, but it spreads a bit bigger. But essentially, that shuts down that drive and it causes those new blood vessels to recede, so go away. So therefore, the risk of bleeding is significantly less. And you can see we laser outside the arcades. We don't laser inside the arcades. I think I call this is the right eye. Sorry, I said right eye before. This is the right eye. The other one is the left eye. You can tell I can't drive. Anyway, yeah, so this is outside the arcades, and you can see we're not lasering for what we call PRP, pancreatic photocoagulation, within the arcades, because the essential sightseeing cells are there. So treatments available. So we've got laser, depending on where we need to treat. So if it's maculopathy, again, outside that green box, we will treat with laser. If it's there's new blood vessels, we will treat with what we call PRP, that last image. This is a picture of a laser. So the operator, most times a ophthalmologist consultant, sits here where the hand is, and then the patient sits here and puts their head on this white bar and their chin within this chin rest. And it's a quite easy procedure. It depends on how much laser shots you need, but you could be there from anything from 10 minutes, probably to 20 minutes, but maybe not even that long. Most people says it doesn't hurt. Some people, it does hurt, so we advise them to take some paracetamol after, and they're usually quite fine with it. It's a day procedure. No special preparations are required before or after it. But your consultant will always talk you through what's going on, why it is required, and you may be able to break up the sessions rather than one long session, a much shorter session. However, if you are told that you need laser, it is supremely, supremely important that you attend those appointments. If you have to leave the country to go to on holiday or whatever, I'll tell the consultant that you're going to be out of the country so we can bring your treatment appointment forward, because it's essential that you have it here before you go away, because you're not sure what the healthcare system is like in other countries. So it's best to get your eyes done here and sorted before you travel. For our injections, they're called anti-VEGF, so anti-vasal endothelial growth factors. That's the chemical that causes that those hungry cells emit and cause the new blood vessels to grow. So therefore, we give this injection into the eye. Again, it's a painless procedure. You should feel a pressure going into the eye, but you shouldn't feel any pain, because we give you tons and tons of anesthetic and also drops to clean the eye out. And then these are vitrectomy is a surgery that we do if you've got a bleed at the back of the eye. But most importantly, on this slide, I will say metabolic management, and my next slide goes into that, or next 2 slides. We also know that cataract is people with diabetes are at increased risk of developing cataract. It comes on at a younger stage and a much faster progression. And my next colleague, Dr. Harry, will go into the risk of glaucoma with diabetes. So, most important slide of this presentation. patient message. How do we look after ourselves? So we all get these letters, especially in the UK, from our screening appointment that says, look after your blood sugar, look after your blood pressure, look after your cholesterol. What does that actually mean? Here, I've got a picture showing you what your healthcare checklist should be, and what things you should look out for, and what things you should tell your doctor. If you haven't had this done, I need to have this done every 6 months that you have your health check. Look after your blood pressure as well, because that can compound the effects of diabetes on your cardiovascular system. And if any of us smoke, please stop smoking. It doesn't only affect your eyes, it affects the entire system, and it's just not good for you overall. So I've got this bit here from Diabetes UK, a UK charity. It's free to access internationally, and the slides will be going around, so therefore you'll be able to see it. But if you can't remember this web address, you just type in Diabetes UK recipes, and they've done a lot of work with our communities looking at different recipes that we are able to access. So you can see here, just type in Diabetes UK recipes, and it came up with chicken tikka masala. Now, what that says about my Google profile, I don't know, but never mind. So next, it looks like this, recipe finder, and you can search for different recipes, different diets, and you can see, I mean, we can eat a chocolate and banana mousse because it tells you how many carbs and exactly how to prepare it and what to put in and what to leave out. But most interestingly, I went onto the chicken tikka masala recipe, and it looks quite nice. It tells you what the fat, saturates, sugar, and salt levels are, but then it also tells you what the ingredients are and how to prepare it. And they've done this with different cultures, so that we can have a look to see exactly how to control our sugars, how to control our pressures, and how to control our blood pressure, and how to control our cholesterol through diet, because that's the most important factor in people with diabetes. So if I've got time, I'll just rush through this next bit. We all talk about research and why it's important. We've got this website at Moorfields called Research Opportunities at Moorfields called Rome. And we know that people consider sight as their most important sense. So we do lots of eye research, lots of groundbreaking eye research at Moorfields, but we need to do better across the world, actually, but particularly at Moorfields, in diversifying the patients that come in to us. So quick infographic, we have a population of people, lots of different colors, but you can see this sample that was taken completely leaves out people in orange and people in yellow. So this sample is not diverse. And this is what tends to happen in some of our clinical trials. We need to get more people looking like us into these clinical trials so that they can work for us. So for example, we know that individuals from different racial and ethnic groups can respond to treatment differently. We know that kidney disease is most prevalent in Black and Asian communities because of the rates of hypertension and diabetes, but less than 2% of us actually participate in kidney disease trials. How do we want it to work for us if we're not actually there? Something else that we found out quite recently is this drug called clopidogrel. It's given for ischemic heart disease and it makes our blood less sticky. However, we found out that up to 70% of people from South Asian and East Asian communities don't actually metabolize the drug, or it doesn't actually work on them. So therefore, we've been giving people this medication for a while and not sure exactly how it works, or it doesn't work on some of us. So therefore, this is why if we had been present at the earlier studies of this drug, then we would have known, the drug doesn't work on these individuals and what to do in these individuals, what to give them instead of this drug that we use for general population. So the website is there. Go and have a look. We'd love to hear about, what your ideas are for research. You can help us shape what research we do at Moorfields. So please get involved and please sign up. And your voice absolutely matters in what we do and how we shape our research going forward. I've got this slide in Gujarati. I hope you can read it. And then just lastly, we have another campaign called Data Save Sight through our partners called Insight. And any people who are having images done in the UK, we are then able to use their data anonymously, completely anonymously, to predict eye diseases. So just recently, this team found that just by looking at OCT scans, so that lovely chocolate cake scan I showed you previously, looking at those scans, looking at retinal images as well, the orange images, they were able to predict Parkinson's disease up to 7 years before symptoms actually occurred in different individuals. So it's vitally important that we're able to use this data to progress our care. And thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Ruxana. That was a great presentation and lots of valuable information and the checks, the importance of the health checks. And I'm glad you brought the issue about research, because this is one of the things that we've been pushing more in terms of how do we get our communities more engaged in clinical trials and research, because we are not, we want to help our future generations in terms of predictions of future diseases. So thank you for that great presentation.
Just one more point, just to highlight the difference between screening and the opticians. So you go to the opticians because we call them the primary care physicians of the eye. They're like the GPs of the eye. They can pick up things earlier. The annual diabetes screening, however, is a national screening program where we are able to track year on year what your diabetes changes are. The opticians do not talk to the screening program for the diabetic bit of your eye care. So yes, you go to your opticians every year, every 2 years if you've got glaucoma and other conditions, or just to check and make sure you're not going to develop those conditions. But if you have diabetes, you should also go to the screening program as well. So we have your data in there and can refer you to the hospital as and when you need to.
Recently, Ruxan, myself, and Hari, who will be next in the line, we were actually invited to Nisdan Temple, and we had more than 400 people attending. And believe you me, the amount of message we were able to pass on to them about the research, about their various conditions, it was absolutely a brilliant program. So as and when anyone who requires such program to be done, I'm sure Hari will agree to it.
Right.
That is.
Okay, shall we bring Dr. Hari on, and then Dr. Ruxana and Rubash by stage, because we will then collect all the questions and we'll do a panel just after the next presentation. So Dr. Hari Jairam is a consultant ophthalmic surgeon and clinical scientist based at Moorfields Eye Hospital, a colleague of Roxanne's. He's also the director of the glaucoma service. We're fortunate to have such experts in the UK, particularly in Moorfields, who's a renowned institution that's working excellently within eye health care. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Dr. Hari for your excellent presentation, please.
Kirit, just before Dr. Hari starts,
Sure.
Kirit, just before Dr. Hari starts, Robert from Uganda has got a question. So Robert, unmute yourself, a quick question from you, and we go to Dr. Hari.
Yes, thank you. I want to ask the previous speaker, as you are talking about diabetic retinopathy, and diabetic retinopathy comes as a result of complication of diabetic mellitus. And sometimes you have said that it is more in black than white. And I'm just wondering, why is it common in blacks and Asians? Common they are not wondering about that. Then secondly, how can it be preventable since from this? Then third, this research, is it based in a white side or it is based on also black side? And which side of the world where it is this research based? Thank you.
Okay. Kirit, do we have time to answer that question now, or should we answer it at the end?
If you could answer that, that'd be great, and then we can then move on.
The first one was why Blacks and Asians. It's a multifactorial condition, but the most simple thing is it's genetic. Most of us, it's hereditary, but it's also for type 1s. For type 2, it could also be hereditary, but it's mostly lifestyle. Because if you do have it in your family, but you maintain a healthy diet, exercise, and everything else, you can stave off it, completely. Or long term, it may come on a lot later on in life. Where is the research based? It is based in the UK and America. And if you go on Diabetes UK website, they have it's there. The information is all there as on what the risk factors are, how you could, stave it off from coming on, or even developing it in the first place. The information is there about recipes, information is there about different research that we're doing into diabetes and kidney disease and eyes and everything else. I can't remember what the third question was.
Okay, I think we have done well so far. We will cover that question, particularly Robert in Uganda, because you're part of healing team as well. If ever you need online education for Ugandans and particularly those who don't have access to such information, I'm very sure Subhas, Roxanne, and Hari will be here online, and maybe we can create a special session. Dr. Hari, welcome, and what important session you've got lined up for us. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for the kind invite to join you. So I'm going to talk about glaucoma. So this is you've heard Subhash talk about dry eye. Roxanne has talked about diabetic eye disease, which is the leading cause of reversible and treatable blindness in the world. And I'm going to talk to you about glaucoma, which is the leading cause of irreversible blindness across the world. That's if I can get my slides to advance. Here we go. So I guess the first question is, what is glaucoma? And this is something it's actually quite difficult to answer that question. We had a conference in London about 3 years ago with about 100 specialists from across Europe, the UK, and the US trying to come up with a definition, and we struggled to sort of nail something down that everyone was happy with. But essentially, glaucoma is really a group of conditions that leads to one final common pathway, which is damage to the nerve that connects the eye to the brain. So if you imagine what we call the optic nerve, it's like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. So the eye senses all our environment around us, and this cable connects the eye to the brain itself. So glaucoma ultimately causes damage to that junction between the nerve and the brain. And the way that it affects people is you progressively lose the outer part of your vision. And quite often people won't even know that there's a problem until it's right at the end where their sight's almost gone. The commonest risk factor, and it's not always the case, but it's the commonest risk factor is that the eye pressure is too high. Now, we do see some patients that have glaucoma, even with eye pressures in the normal range. And in fact, in some other countries across the world, say, for example, in Japan, over half of cases of glaucoma actually have pressure within the normal range. But right now, the only thing that we can treat for all of our patients is to lower the pressure within the eye. So just to sort of show you visually how things can develop. So this is a cross section of an eye. Now, Subhash, is my arrow coming up? Yeah, it is. Perfect. Yeah, good. So there's some blue arrows here, and essentially the eye produces fluid, and it's produced behind this blue part, which is the iris or the colored part of our eye, and it filters through the pupil and it drains out at the front of the eye. And this maintains the sort of balance and integrity of the eyeball itself in all of us. Now, the main problem with glaucoma is that the human eye can't filter out the fluid that it's producing. So essentially, we're producing lots of fluid, but we're unable to remove it. So of course that makes sense that if you have a closed space that keeps producing fluid, it gets tenser, and the eye pressure becomes raised. One of the problems when you have high pressure within the eye is that it causes damage to the nerve cells at the back of the eye. So that in yellow, you can see this cable starting to form. So you have light sensing cells right the way across the retina. So if you remember the pictures that Roxanne showed, this is sort of all of the cells what she showed has light sensing cells. And essentially at the back of the eye, they turn right and form the cable. Now, as they exit the eyeball, they're very vulnerable to changes, fluctuations, and high pressure. So this is the point of damage in glaucoma. So when you have high pressure within the eye, the nerve cells become damaged and people slowly lose their peripheral vision. Now, one of the reasons why it's such a hazard is that in most cases, people don't experience any symptoms at all when they have glaucoma. For example, if you have diabetic eye disease, you may still have some symptoms, although screening will pick things up very, very early. But if for example, when Roxanne showed you problems at the macula, the central part of your vision, people may notice that their eyesight is not so good. Now, for glaucoma, because it's very, very subtle and it's the peripheral, the outer part of the vision, there are no signs for this. And that's why it's quite often called the silent thief of sight. And this is why it's so important to have regular eye tests. And just as Roxanne said, the high street, certainly in the UK and across the world, the high street opticians quite often know more about, well, not quite often, they do know more about eye care than most doctors that aren't eye specialists, more than general practitioners in most situations. So this is why having a regular eye test is so important, because problems can be picked up at a very, very early stage before they affect your eyesight. And again, this relates to some of the things we've talked about. People often want to know who is at risk of developing glaucoma. The honest answer is anybody's at risk, but we do know that certain populations have greater risk than others. Glaucoma is almost definitely, I mean, we know that it becomes much more common as we get older. There are some theories that it may be an accelerated form of aging in many ways, because as we get older, our tissues get a little bit stiffer, and therefore, if the pressure is higher, those nerves leaving the eye are much more susceptible to strains and stresses when we're older. We do know from population-based studies that patients of African, Caribbean descent, glaucoma is much more prevalent. And in particular, in terms of the Asian population, in Chinese people, there is a very, very high incidence of certain types of glaucoma. And in Latin America, Hispanic populations have much more glaucoma too. Now, we know that there's definitely an inherited component about this. And some of my colleagues are doing research into this sort of area. And so far, I think people have identified between 150 and 200 genes that are associated with glaucoma, but there's not yet a single gene that is a sort of switch that will definitely say that you're going to have problems. So a lot of research that we're doing at the moment is trying to look at various combinations of genes and come up with potential risk scores for certain populations that might help with treatment. The way that we address screening in the UK is really based upon this, on age and genetics, because if you're over 40 years of age, we would definitely recommend periodic screening if you've got a family history. And so when we say family history, we mean a first degree relative, so either your mother or father or a brother or sister. So if you have an aunt or a grandparent that is definitely affected, that's not as significant as having a first degree relative. We also know that your glasses prescription has an impact. So if you're nearsighted, so if you need to wear glasses for everything in distance, let's say like I do, or if you're farsighted where you just need glasses for everything and have a very plus prescription, those two populations do confer a greater risk of developing glaucoma. And that's for two reasons. If like me, if you're short-sighted, what happens is your tissues are much thinner. So we think that your optic nerve, and so the cable connecting the eye to the brain, is much more susceptible to pressure-related damage. People that are farsighted that have a very positive or plus prescription, they are at risk mainly because their drainage channels are much more likely to block off and cause very high pressures as well. Now, there are certain medicines that can put you at greater risk of having high pressure and therefore glaucoma. We know that if you take steroids, in particular nasal sprays, if you have allergies and things like that, people buy nasal steroid sprays. That can cause the eye pressure to go up. If people use creams for, let's say, eczema around the skin of the face, that can get absorbed into the eye and potentially cause the pressure to go up. And also commonly people, as we get older, have aches and pains and a condition called polymyalgia rheumatica. And sometimes people are on steroid tablets. And the use of steroid tablets can also make the eye pressure become raised. So they're the main things that we would look out for in terms of medical problems. Now, in terms of treatment for glaucoma, what we really want to do, and what my aim in all of my clinics at Moorfields is, we want to make sure that our patients with glaucoma can just live as normal a life as possible. And we want to make sure that the vision, any damage that has happened, doesn't happen, because what we do know is at the moment with our current technologies, we can't restore any sight that's been lost from glaucoma or any sight that's been lost from diabetic eye disease. So it's really, early detection is so important to make sure people can still work, they can still drive, and they're not at risk of developing blindness. Now, in terms of the treatment, we'll talk about treatment next, but we want to try to also strike a balance where we've got effective treatment, but we want to minimize any risks or side effects from the treatment. And then once again, just to reiterate, once we've lost sight from glaucoma or most eye diseases, it can't be recovered. Currently, cataract is the only sort of reversible form of vision loss, really. So in terms of treatments, all of the treatments at the moment aim to lower the eye pressure and therefore reduce that treatable risk factor that damages the nerve cells. Now, the way we do that is most commonly using either a gentle laser or eye drops. Now, eye drops used to be the mainstay for patients' treatments for many years. But I'll just talk to you about some studies that have been done that now have really changed how we treat our patients. And if these two avenues don't work, then we quite oftenly perform surgery, and there's various operations that we can perform to lower the pressure within the eye. So this is a laser treatment called laser trabeculoplasty. And this is now the preferred initial treatment for newly diagnosed glaucoma in our patients. Now, the advantage with this treatment is you don't have to put drops in, and it's completely painless. It's done as an outpatient. It takes about 10 minutes or so per eye. And now that we're seeing clinical trial data from sort of 5-6 years down the line, we now know that people that have the laser treatments are less likely to get worsening glaucoma. They're less likely to need surgery. And also they tend to have many years without having to use eye drops, which can cause all sorts of problems, as Subhash mentioned earlier. And this really came from a big trial that was done at Moorfields. So at 3 years, they found that almost 3/4 of the patients had an acceptable level of eye pressure, and without the need for any eye drops. So that's quite revolutionary, really. If you think we were reliant on having to put drops in, and putting eye drops in is bad on two fronts. It's not good for the patient because you're having to affect your daily routines to put something in that may well cause side effects and irritation, and also for the healthcare systems, it saves a lot of money, and those sorts of resources can be used in other areas for patients that really need that sort of help. So I think at 3 years this showed real effectiveness, and we now know that the same thing is borne out at 6 years. But more importantly, it's been shown that the glaucoma doesn't get worse, and you're less likely to need an operation. So I think this is quite a compelling argument. And people always ask me, what would you have if you had glaucoma? And for me, I would definitely try the laser treatment. The worst case scenario is that the laser isn't effective, and we may need to talk about drops. But if it can give you several years without having to put drops in, I think it's a really important thing to use. So this is actually a few years old. I took this photo from one of our pharmacies at Moorfields, and this is just a snapshot of the whole host of different drops that are available. Now, there are a lot more drops available now, and Subhash mentioned these things called preservatives. So preservatives, basically, they're added chemicals that stabilize the drug within an eye drop, but they are quite often the cause of irritation and side effects. So technology has advanced, so we can now produce drops that are preservative free, that have less side effects but are still not side effect free, and those are available. Certainly in the UK, they're widely available. I do know that in other countries across, for example, in Africa, I think it's quite hard to get hold of preservative-free preparations. And interestingly, in the United States, there's only one preservative-free preparation that's licensed there, and that's really to do with insurance and the huge cost of healthcare over there. So actually, in the UK and Europe, we're very lucky to have the widest selection of preservative-free eye drops in the world. So how do drops work? So if we think back to that first diagram that I showed, the fluid is produced behind the coloured part of the eye, the iris that I'm showing with the with my arrow, and then it flows forward and it's drained away in the front in our drainage channels. So there's two ways that they work, and I want you to think about this analogy of basically it being a bath. Basically, so if you've got a bath with a tap that's running and a plug that's there, the first way to do things is try to turn off the tap. So the majority of drops we work act in this sort of area, so they reduce the amount of fluid that the eye is producing. And then the other way that drops work is at the other end. So they can open the drains a little bit, so widen the drain pipes. So you're just trying to strike a better balance between how much fluid that the eye is producing and how much fluid that the eye is draining away. So I'm just going to briefly just go through some questions that we're commonly asked as glaucoma doctors. It's quite a shock when people are told they have this diagnosis, because Dr. Google doesn't help with things, but people assume they're going to go blind, and that's not necessarily the case. Yes, people, I would say from statistics, probably about 10% of people may go completely blind, but that's usually when they're not monitored and not looked after, and aren't using their eye drops. So what will actually happen to you in reality, if your doctor says that you have glaucoma, is you tend to attend for tests. So there are various tests we perform. One of the most important is measuring the pressure in the eye. We also test your peripheral vision, and that's done by, it's a bit like a Space Invaders game where you press a little button when you see a light. And we also do a special scan called an OCT scan of the nerve itself, and that helps us monitor any changes or look for any very, very early signs of deterioration. And these are done fairly frequently, and these are normally reviewed by a glaucoma specialist, who will then advise on any treatment or options as needed. And what we tend to find is once the eye pressure is better controlled and people are happy with their drops, the frequency of visits tends to reduce. So people tend to come up to about 3 times per year in their first year, and then after that, it may reduce down to 1 or 2 times per year in total. There are lots of different types of glaucoma, and I think this is why I mentioned that we had an international meeting trying to come up with a definition and we struggled. But it can cover a whole host of causes. But really, the final common pathway is damage to the nerve and that cable that connects the eye to the brain. Sometimes it can be associated with other conditions. So doctors call that secondary. For example, if you're using steroids, and the steroids make your pressure go up, that's a type of secondary glaucoma. Or sometimes they can just happen in isolation. So i.e., when doctors say something is a primary condition, it means we don't know what causes it. Ultimately, it's our genetics. So, if you develop glaucoma and have no other risk factors other than a family history, then we call that primary glaucoma. And it's always important to ask your doctor about the type of glaucoma you have, because that may well influence the treatment you have and also how things may develop. We also see it in young patients, in particular in the African population in the UK. People present very, very early with quite advanced disease. And I mentioned about glaucoma getting more common as you get older. So this is a graph showing the prevalence of glaucoma across the world. So this starts at age 40 and this is up to age 80. And you can see here it's really a sort of, we call this an exponential curve. So the rate is much, much higher as people get older. And you can see here, this really does happen globally. And it can happen in children as well. And I mentioned about the genes. So this is where, if you have a parent or a sibling affected, you are at greater risk. So again, the answer for blindness is no for most patients. It does occur, but it's very, very rare. And as Roxanne alluded to, with all eye conditions, the most important thing is early detection and screening, and also understanding. So if you as a patient understand why you have to put a drop in, you're more likely to put the drop in, and it will be effective. And it's a team effort. So you need to work together with your glaucoma specialist to look after your condition. The other question we're often asked is it affected by blood pressure? And actually, the answer is no for most cases. But in certain types of glaucoma, I mentioned something called normal tension glaucoma, where the eye pressures are normal. Ironically, low blood pressure may actually worsen the flow of blood to the nerve and can make things worse. So ironically, this is probably the only medical condition where if your blood pressure is a little bit higher, it might be a good thing. And some of the drops we use are chosen specifically to stop the blood pressure going low at night time, because all eye drops can get absorbed into your body as well. And the next question is, I'm allergic to all eye drops, what can I do? And quite often this may be an allergy to the drug. It could be related to the preservatives. And that's important to understand. So sometimes we just stop everything and reintroduce things very, very gradually. And then at this stage, if you're really struggling with eye drops and no one's talked to you about some gentle laser, ask your eye specialist about whether laser can help. And also nowadays, something that's very common is when our patients with glaucoma have cataract surgery, we can put small stents in as well that reduce the need to use eye drops in the long term also.
Harry, can I just ask you,
yeah,
if we could, have you got a few more, 2 more minutes, and then we can get some questions in?
Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm almost done, actually.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
So just in terms of how you're looked after in outpatients, Roxanne alluded to sort of visits to the hospital. Now, before the pandemic, it was hours in the hospital waiting room. Everything was in person. Clinics were packed and overbooked. And, we found that during the pandemic, we just couldn't do that. We knew that the pandemic was going to change things. So, what we aim to do now is make sure our staff and patients are safe, minimize the time you have to come into hospital, and it just makes everything much more efficient. So nowadays, what happens is most patients are seen in what we call diagnostic clinics. So it takes about 40 minutes. You have your tests and then go home. If there's anything you're worried about, we'll have a telephone consultation. So really, the only time you need to come into hospital is if there's anything serious going on. And we can always talk to people on the phone as well. And finally, just in terms of research, I just want to talk about a couple of things that are going on. So there's a big trial that started at Moorfields about the use of vitamin B3 to treat glaucoma. And this has shown promise in early studies, and currently we have a trial for newly diagnosed patients to see whether this helps as a supplement. And like Subhash said, this should only be done under medical supervision, but there may be changes to treatment in a few years' time. The other thing is when we take cataracts out and do cataract surgery, we know that lowers the pressure as well. So one question that we want to ask is, should early cataract surgery be offered to all newly diagnosed patients with glaucoma? And just another plug as well for, ethnic diversity in research is not good at the moment. I talked about genetics. Most of all the genes that have been identified for glaucoma are in white European populations. So I think we need to encourage people that look like us to take part in research to help our families and our relatives and our sort of descendants in the future as well. So finally, glaucoma, once it's diagnosed, can be treated. Blindness can occur, but it's very, very rare. Nowadays, you're not going to have to come to hospital much because technology allows things to be monitored in the community. And really, research into glaucoma is an exciting area, which we want all of you, your family, and our patients to help shape, to make the world a different place in the future. So that's all I wanted to say, really, but happy to take any questions now.
Thank you, Dr. Harry. That was a great presentation, along with your colleagues and Subhash Bhai as well, and also the other speakers that we've had today. Neil, come on, have we got any questions? I know Robert's put one in the chat, which is why is glaucoma more common in African than whites?
Again, I think we know that this has to be an inherited component. I think there is a higher prevalence of the genes that are at risk in those populations because it runs in families, in particular in Ghana and Nigeria, for sure. We see a lot of patients in the UK. The other thing that's possible is it may well be related to the anatomy of African eyes. The African and Asian Indian eyes are slightly bigger than white European eyes. So there may be some structural susceptibility to the optic nerve to changes in pressure as well.
So, Dr. Hari, that was a superb presentation, academic, yet informative as well. It was so important. Could you tell me, for a general users who are watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and website, and etc., what are your 3 important tips that one can normally at home without going to a doctor or an optician or a surgeon? What should they deliberately and definitely do every day to improve their eyes or sustain their visibility?
So I do think number 1 involves visiting your local optician. There is nothing that we do at home that will replace a screening visit to a general optician every 18 months to 2 years. If you never go and see an optician, that's a real gamble. So, I don't think there's anything that can be done to replace that. One of the things we know for sure is not to smoke. So we know that smoking definitely makes certain eye diseases worse. I think, it definitely increases your risk of age-related macular degeneration. It will increase your risk of developing complications from diabetes. There is some evidence to show that glaucoma prevalence is slightly higher, but that's not completely convincing yet. So as with most health things, I think not smoking is an important thing. The other thing is just a healthy diet will improve eye health. So lots of leafy green vegetables and balanced diet we know is helpful and can be protective for many eye conditions. So they're my top 3, where number 1 is still you must have some sort of screening by an eye care professional at least every 2 years, especially when you're over the age of 40.
Thank you, Harry. So you're very clear. Avoid smoking if you can. Eat plenty of green vegetables and good diets, and it may improve. Nehul earlier said that rest your eyes every now and then. So another tip. Dr. Roxanne, what are your tips that you want to share with people? 3 tips apart from what Harry has mentioned.
Thank you very much. I've put an infographic in the chat about the tips that we usually tell people at Moorfields in terms of their eyes. So again, Harry mentioned a good diet, stop smoking, and take regular breaks. He also mentioned eyesight, doing the regular eye test. But we also say to patients, and harping back to the doctor that we had from India, not showering with your contact lenses in. Lots of us wear contact lenses, and we have lots of diseases that can happen if your bacteria begins to grow under our contact lenses. So definitely make sure that you don't shower with your contact lenses in, that the lenses are purchased from a registered practitioner. We just don't use those Halloween lens that we tend to use every now and then. And then if you do have an eye condition, so especially glaucoma, if you're using lubricants, know how to put your drops in properly, because the risk of having a corneal abrasion or a corneal scratch or infection by just not washing your hands or putting your eyes drops in properly is quite high. And Subhash showed you how to do it, so please follow that method.
There's one other thing I just want to mention as well, and this is something that I know all of my family members do, the older generation, and certainly in Northwest London we have a very big Indian population, and lots of our patients do this as well, is actually to get water and wash the eyes, so water in the eyes. Please do not do that. I think it's an Indian thing, because my whole family do it. And in the morning they'll wash their face and they will put water in their eyes. What happens when you do that, aside from theoretical risk of infection, which is low, what will happen is you have lots and lots of natural products, sort of fatty-based products that help stabilize and keep the eyes moist. When you put water into the eyes, you wash away that lipid-based tear film, and actually it will make the eyes more uncomfortable, and you're more at risk of having a a dry eye after putting water in the eyes. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but if your eyes are feeling a little bit uncomfortable, please just go to your local chemist, and you can buy moistening gels over the counter from most high street chemists anywhere in the world. Please do that rather than putting actual water in your eyes. And what we say to patients that have had operations is, actually not to shower for the first week or so after, just in case anything gets in the eye.
Thank you, Harry. So Harry is saying that in the morning, you don't have to wash your eyes, brush your teeth, definitely, but don't wash your eyes because it has got natural ingredient, and just be comfortable, close them or blink them for a while and it will help you. And Subhash earlier actually showed us how to use both the ends. And if you want to watch what he did, just rewind these episodes in whichever medium you are watching. As soon as the program is terminated, the same links become a recording. So shortly, Hari and Roxanne and Subhas, we are going to visit India, where our Rotarian Lal Goyal is here. He's our producer from 9 o'clock in every episode. He's going to introduce his guests, which we want to say hello to. Before we go there, Subhash, your 3 tips apart from how to take the eye drops, what are your daily routine that has helped you or you have studied that can help people?
Basically, it is a patient's education, as Hari and Roxanne also would agree to it. That basically, we educate the patient about their condition, also educate them to get their eyes checked up at least minimum after 2 years, and especially after 40. If you have got a patient in first relative in glaucoma, then you know that in UK after 40 you get a free optician checkup. So that is very important. And if you have prescribed any eye drops, it is very essential to stick to the routine. Number 1, hand hygiene, and use the proper technique to use the drop and put it at the regular time. Believe you me, it does help as well. Reference to dry eyes, if you got dry eyes, yes, again, splashing, as Hari said, splashing the water in the eye is not a good idea, but actually cleaning the eyes, closing your eyelids, and actually washing your eyelid margin with hot water, which you can tolerate, that helps quite a lot. So there are certain things which you have to do. And education. We 3 here are very, very firm believer in that.
Thank you, Subhash. Thank you very much. Nehul was there earlier. Nehul, what are your 3 tips that you can share with people apart from what has been shared so far, so the general population can maybe avoid eye disease or eye strains? Your comments, Nehul, before we move to India.
Yeah, there's one main point that I wanted to share, and it's been a pleasure meeting all the 3 consultants who I probably refer my patients to, and they probably see some of my patients. But there's a new method that I have been using for blepharitis, which Subhash Bhai has been talking about, because it's just such a common eye condition. And I'm finding it very effective. And I wanted to share this, actually. This is something called a New Lid Pro. So just like how you have a toothbrush for your teeth, you have a kind of like an eye brush for your eyelids. And it's got some soft bristles right at the top over there. And we put a gel. It's made from pomegranate, and you can see the brushing effect of it. And I find that when we're doing this technique, it really loosens out a lot of the gunge, a lot of the rubbish that the meibomian glands have. So if you have a problem with lots of dryness, you have a lot of blepharitis, you don't want to use, or you can't use the eye bag and eye wipes as much as you want to, this is one hot tip that I would certainly recommend. The other treatment that has now come on, which is very interesting. Again, it's made by a natural substance, which I know Amrita Ben is very keen on natural stuff. It's an okra-based gel that we use for very severe dry eyes and blepharitis. And after surgery that the consultants are doing, dry eyes become a major problem. But if they have blepharitis, it does make their life difficult for surgery. So using some of these treatment plans before surgery is also very useful. So I think that was the one main tip that I just wanted to share.
Nehul, that was very exciting, very important, something very new to us. Maybe we'll bring our beauticians who are actually showing how to remove the eye makeup. The ladies would love it. But let's leave United Kingdom and Europe now and Africa. Let's fly to India, where our Rotarian Lal Goyal is there. And let us talk to our two experts, Dr. Ajit and Dr. Poonam in India, and see what kind of things they share with their patients, what's happening in the scene in India, and who better than Rotarian Lal Goyal, who is also the charter founder and president for Rotary for organ donation. So that will be very useful. Amrita, go ahead, introduce our Rotarian and let's chit chat again a bit later.
Thank you, Nilkumar. Thank you very much, Dr. Subhash, Dr. Ruxana, and our guests. It has been really nice. Dr. Hari as well. The best part of it is really wonderful. Let's have Rotarian Lal Goyal. Rotarian Lal Goyal is charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, and today we are talking about eye care, and we have with us our guests from Rotarian Lal Goyal, Dr. Ajit and Dr. Poonam. Over to you, Dr. Rotarian Lal Goyal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amrita, and thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar, for organizing this program, and lots of excitement for this program. Although today there is a match going on between India and Pakistan, which people consider that the cricket is religion in India. But in spite of that, people are excited to participate and to watch this show because it's a very, very important show. It's basically for the eye care. And eyes are precious because they provide us with the invaluable gift of sight, allowing us to perceive and navigate the world around us. Though our eyes, we experience the beauty of nature, the joy of seeing loved ones, and the ability to read and learn. Sight is a crucial part of how we interact with and understand our environment. The loss of impairment of vision can significantly impact our quality of life, independence, and ability to perform daily tasks. Therefore, preserving and protecting our eyes is essential to maintain this irreplaceable sense. Eye care is essential for maintaining good vision and preventing eye-related diseases. Regular eye exams can help detect problems early, ensuring prompt treatment and better outcomes. Protecting eyes from excessive screen time, wearing sunglasses to shield from harmful UV rays, and using proper lighting while reading can prevent strain and damage. Maintaining a healthy diet rich in vitamins and minerals supports eye health. Avoiding smoking, managing chronic conditions like diabetes, and using protective eyewear in hazardous environments are also important. Proper eye care practices help ensure long-term vision health and overall well-being. And to discuss and to present their cases about the eye care, we have a very elite, knowledgeable, experienced panelist with us from India. And I would like to introduce my first panelist guest, and she is Dr. Poonam Agrawal. Dr. Poonam Agrawal is a senior eye surgeon at Ma Saraswati Hospital, Mathura. She has been associated with the eye department of the hospital since its inception 24 years ago. In these 24 years, the eye department has become one of the best and most trusted eye service care centers in Mathura. Dr. Agrawal has been a brilliant student since the beginning. She was the topper from her school to college. She comes from a very humble background and a very small city, Chandosi, in the district Muradabad in Uttar Pradesh, which is known as a brass city. She qualified for the prestigious medical entrance examination on her first attempt with limited resources available. She got a seat in the best medical college in the state, that is King George Medical College, Lucknow. She also qualified for PG in the first attempt and chose the ophthalmology branch at King George Medical College again. Having completed her postgraduate studies, she started working in a 100-bed Rotary Eye Hospital in Chandosi in 1997, and within a very short period gained name and fame in the city and nearby areas. She always had a dream to serve humanity with her skills and worked in charitable hospitals where she did hundreds of free cataract surgery camps. To date, she has done more than 50,000 cataract surgeries. It is a matter of pride that patients from far off places come to her for eye surgery at Ma Saraswati Hospital, Mathura. Besides being a skillful medical practitioner, Dr. Poonam is a wonderful human being, an adjusting wife, and a caring mother. Welcome, Dr. Poonam Agarwal, on our show. Dr. Poonam Agarwal, as you might have observed, that this particular show organized by Mr. Neil Kumar and his team under the banner of Healing Our Earth is telecast in very many countries all over the world and watched by not only the medical practitioners or the doctors, but the general public at large. And to this, I am very happy to say that when I approached both of my panelists, Dr. Poonam Agarwal and as well as Dr. Ajit, they immediately accepted for the benefit of the public at large. So, Dr. Poonam Agarwal, we would like to know your views on eye care. Dr. Poonam Agarwal, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on this forum. I usually educate my patient in my OPD, but through this forum, I can address masses. So, we know the world is very beautiful, and to enjoy beauty of this world, we need to have good vision. And to have good vision, we need to take care of our eyes. What happens when we go to a doctor for any of our problem? Sometimes we are told that you are late. If you would have come early, we would have done something to prevent the propagation of the disease. Then we repent for being ignorant, or I would like to say for not being aware. So these type of the diseases fall in a preventable group of the diseases. Approximately 2.2 billion people are suffering from a visual impairment. Among these, 80% are preventable. It means that if we are aware of the causes and we can diagnose these diseases early and manage them in time, the great amount of the blindness can be prevented. So I am here to discuss some of the causes of preventable blindness. I have chosen amblyopia, glaucoma, diabetic retinopathy, vitamin A deficiency, and a dry eye. Why only these causes? Because there are some other causes of preventable blindness, but most of them have symptoms. And when there is symptom like visual problem, pain, redness, or watering, the patient can himself go to a doctor. When there are no obvious sign or symptoms, patient is ignorant about his condition and may not seek treatment in time. So I'll be discussing amblyopia, glaucoma, diabetic retinopathy, vitamin A deficiency, and dry eye. Amblyopia. Amblyopia is also known as lazy eye. So what is amblyopia? Amblyopia is poor vision in one or both the eyes due to poor neural connection between retina and brain. What happens? To understand amblyopia, we need to understand the development of visual system. When the child is born, this amblyopia occurs in younger children. When the child is born and when he starts seeing, the image of the object is formed on retina and the visual impulses are being carried from the optic nerve to the brain. And brain processes this image to recognize the thing. Brain receives this image from both the eyes. The image formed with one eye is in 2 dimensions, and brain fuses the image of both the eyes to make it a 3-dimensional image. And to fuse the two images of both the eyes, the images from both the eyes should be clear, distinct. If image of either eye is not clear, brain gets confused and cannot fuse the images. This blood image from one eye, to avoid this confusion, brain suppresses the stimulus from this eye, this poor vision eye, to avoid confusion. And this suppression ultimately becomes permanent if it is not treated in time, till the maturation of the visual system. And the causes for this poor image may be either in like because of the refractive error, or maybe because of media opacity. Media opacity may be due to the corneal opacity or because of the cataract, and it may be because of the misalignment between the two eyes. Misalignment, as we know, is a squint. So in the diagnosis of amblyopia, because as we know, the patient is of younger age, so we usually miss, the diagnosis is missed in a younger age. The child is not able to tell their parents that there is poor vision, and they don't know what is normal. And again, because we have two eyes, if the vision is poor in one eye, the parents are not able to recognize that the child is not having good vision in one eye, because child is able to perform all his activities normally with one eye. So there is need for early diagnosis. So screening should be done. Screening should be done before the age of 8 years, because by the 8 years, this visual system gets matured. And after the maturation of the visual system, this amblyopic eye cannot be reverted back. Before the age of 8 years, this separation of the visual stimulus from the poor eye can be reverted back. So this screening should be done before the age of 3 years, at the age of 3 years. And if there is any family history of amblyopia in siblings or parents, this can be done even early, at the age of 6 months. To treat amblyopia, we need to treat the cause for the poor image and a poor vision eye. The causes can be in the form of refractive error, which could be treated with the spectacles. And if it is because of the misaligned eye, it can be treated with squint surgery. And if the poor image is because of media opacity, like cataract or so cataract surgery should be done. The problem here is, because these all conditions occur in children, the parents are usually not agreeing to get the treatment done at early stage. So it is needed to make them aware that the surgery or the treatment should be done at the early stage only, to prevent amblyopia to settle down. After correcting the cause for the poor vision, when whatever the separation has occurred, we need to stimulate the poor vision eye. For that, we have to suppress the impulse coming from better eye. Like if we patch better eye, the impulses from the better eye is not reaching to the brain, and the only poor image is going to the brain. Then brain is not having any confusion, and he start developing connection again. But this patching is little bit bothersome for the patient and for parents. For it is to be done for a longer period of time. If the amblyopia is diagnosed at a later stage, kids are going to the school and they are not able to put patch for a longer period of time and not able to do their routine activity if vision is very poor in their poor vision eye. So now new modality of the treatment has come in the form of vision therapy, amblyopia therapy, in which the specific centers in the retina are stimulated, and it can be done in a shorter period of time and in an effective way. So next is glaucoma. Glaucoma is also known as kalapani or samalbai in local language. Glaucoma there is a progressive loss of vision, and this progressive loss of vision is due to damage to the optic nerve. When there is increase of the pressure in the eye, inside the eye, it causes pressure on the optic nerve, which is the nerve which is carrying impulses to the brain. And this causes the loss of vision. So in the glaucoma, the problem is the loss of vision is not central. So patient is able to see the image till the later stages of the disease. And as the loss is peripheral, here he is able to, in a normal patient sees this much of the field of vision. And in early glaucoma, here periphery is started restricting. And at this stage, patient is not able to realize that something is happening. And when he realizes here, it is perceived in daily routine like someone overtakes you and you are not able to realize that someone has overtakes you. So then he realizes it when he goes a little further. So, and this loss is permanent. And if the disease is diagnosed this stage, that this much of damage has already occurred. And sometimes, to diagnose glaucoma, we need to check intraocular pressure. Sometimes early diagnosis of glaucoma are missed because these pressures are normal. So we tend to miss the diagnosis of the glaucoma. So we should get thorough eye examination with our ophthalmologist after the age of 30. Thorough eye examination, I mean that without examining optic nerve, we cannot diagnose or rule out glaucoma. And with ophthalmologist, because ophthalmologist is also only going to investigate and further diagnose your disease. In India, sometimes here, the people are going to spectacle shop and getting their spectacles changed. And for many years, they are not able to understand their disease status. Here, I have written age 30. 30 is a little early, though glaucoma starts at later stages. But as the diseases now are occurring at earlier stage, so at least they should get one thorough examination at the age of 30. This screening should be done at least once in 2 to 3 years if there is no family history of glaucoma. If there is any family history of glaucoma, this screening should be done yearly. And once, if you are suspected of having glaucoma, it should be done 6 monthly. Because in early stages of the glaucoma, it is sometimes difficult to confirm whether it is glaucoma or not. Unfortunately, if you are having glaucoma, then you should use your treatment religiously. For in advanced stages, even single time treatment may contribute to the damage. Some general thing the glaucoma patient should avoid. They should avoid any activity which increases intra-abdominal pressure, like holding breath, and few yoga poses in which your head is below your heart, like Shishasana or downward facing dog. You should also advise drinking large amount of water in one go, because drinking large amount of water in one go increases the blood volume and more water is filtered inside the eye, and which increases your eye pressure. And one should avoid putting steroid drops without supervision of your doctor, because then he will be keeping check of your eye pressure. Fine. I would like to say a few words about diabetic retinopathy. In diabetes, there is a raised blood sugar level, which our body cannot utilize due to abnormality of insulin hormone. This raised blood sugar level damages the inner wall of small vessels in our retina. This damage of the inner wall of the blood vessels causes either leakage of the fluid or blood, which causes swelling of the retina, or these blood vessels get occluded. And when there is occlusion of the blood vessels, there is poor oxygen supply to the retina. And when brain senses this poor oxygen supply, it orders for new blood vessels formation. These new blood vessels formed are very fragile and they bleed easily. So this blood and the swelling on the retina causes poor vision. So major risk factor for diabetic retinopathy are longer duration of the disease and uncontrolled diabetes. So to control your diabetes, you need to control your blood sugar level either by diet, exercise, or lifestyle changes, or by medication. And as I said, it is due to the longer duration of the disease. So after every 5 years, you need to get your retina examined by an ophthalmologist at least yearly. Or if once you develop retinopathy, follow your doctor's advice. And the treatment may be in the form of intravitreal injections or retinal lasers or surgery in end-stage diseases. Sometimes people are not ready for treatment for their early diabetic retinopathy conditions, and then they develop into they progress to the proliferative diabetic disease in the end stage with the leading into the detachments and vitreous hemorrhage. And there is permanent loss of vision. Yeah, surgery is done, but with poor outcome. I would like to say a few words about dry eye. It is a very common condition nowadays. Dry eye, as we understand, is because of the poor lubrication. It may be either due to decreased tear secretion or increased tear evaporation. Decreased tear secretion is usually because of systemic disease like rheumatoid arthritis, Sjogren's syndrome, and in a females, in a menopausal state due to hormonal imbalance, and increased tear evaporation is mainly due to our lifestyle condition. In dry eye, there is no problem in diagnosing or being patient aware. It is very symptomatic disease. So patient themselves reaches to the doctor. But here I want to talk about some do's and don'ts. Like patient, we need to keep on blinking. By blinking, we spread our tears over the surface of eye, and the new tear is spread off, which prevents the drying of the eye. And one should keep their device below the eye level. By doing so, the opening of your eye is smaller, and so the effect of drying condition is less. We can regulate humidity in your surroundings, either by decreasing the speed of fan or controlling your air conditioning. And you can also put a bowl full of water to maintain the humidity of your room. One need to hydrate himself adequately. For this, he can drink water intermittently and increase fruits and salads in his diet. And we know that our body repairs itself during sleep. We torture our eyes for the day, so one should have proper sleep for the regeneration of tear film. Walnuts, flax seeds, fish are rich in omega-3 fatty acids, which are found in our lipid layer of tear film, and which prevents evaporation of our tear fluid. So we can add this thing in a diet. One should use spectacle correction and protective glasses, which will again help in preventing evaporation of the tear film. Avoid using mobile phone in lying down position for the same reason. And at the end, one need to put lubricating eye drop. Preferably, one should use preservative-free lubricating eye drops. Last, I want to tell about this vitamin A deficiency, which causes dry eye, night blindness, and corneal melting. It is common in newborn children who are not breastfed because after the birth, child gets his vitamin A requirement from mother's milk. If he is not breastfed for any reason, he is not getting his vitamin A, then he suffers from the dryness of the eye. And if it is not treated, it may lead to the corneal melting. And this corneal melting will cause poor vision in a young child and for whole life. And for this reason only, government has started vitamin A prophylaxis program. And I just want to aware parents, if the child is not taking breast milk, they should not give a diluted milk to child. Thank you. That was all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poonam Agarwal, for giving your views and a very good presentation which you have made. If you just stop your PPT presentation, Dr. Poonam Agarwal, can you just stop the sharing? Yeah. So thank you very much. And I'm sure that with your so much descriptive PPT presentation. Definitely, it will be very helpful for the viewers who are watching our show. And before I will go to our next panelist guest, my only one question
Rotarian Lal Goel, yes, please ask the question because even I have a question. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my
Before we take Dr.
question,
Ajit, yes.
my question to Dr. Poonam Agarwal. Dr. Poonam Agarwal, are you there? Please switch on your video. Yeah. My question to you is about the dietary choice, because in India, mainly we are vegetarians, and to whether this diet, what we are taking in the form of pulses or the paneer, etc., is sufficiently good for our eye health, and or we should have add something like whey protein, etc., in our diet to keep our eye healthy.
So to keep our eye healthy, the one important thing is we should increase the amount of fruits, colored fruits and vegetables, which are rich in antioxidants, which is more important for our eyes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Amrita.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal. Dr. Poonam, it was very nice presentation, in fact, from the Indian perspective and global perspective. And I just wanted to ask you, though I have a lot of questions from all the contributors today, but I wanted to ask you about the last point that you mentioned, that if a person is, the newborn child is with vitamin A deficiency, avoid giving diluted milk. So can you precisely tell our viewers, what do you mean by diluted milk and which milk are you specifically talking about? Over to you. Thank you.
In India, when the child is not on breast milk, people in villages, they give 50% diluted cow's milk. So the nutrition value of this milk goes very low.
Okay, precisely. You're talking about this. And cow's milk is good as a substitute to give instead of the breast milk of the
No,
mother?
they are not giving as a substitute. They should be given formula milk when there's all the nutrients are there. But because of the poor awareness, they are, and because of the culture and the trends, they are giving this cow's milk and or the buffalo's milk.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we take our guest, Dr. Ajit, I also have one very important question from the Indian perspective, because in India, we have got a lot of pollution. And we have been talking about that you should not wash eyes with the water. And definitely we have chlorinated water, which is also not good for the eyes. And it is an in-depth culture of India to wash the eyes because it's a part of Indian culture. People do that. So what do you all suggest? So my question is open to all the panelists. What do you suggest is the best option? So if you're coming from the market or outside and your eyes are burning red, instead of washing the eyes, what should be done?
So,
yes, Dr. Poonam, over to you.
So we do suggest washing the eyes, but as Dr. Subhash said, closing eyes. By keeping your eyes closed, lids closed, you need to wash your skin, not the tear film of the eye. He rightly said, because the lubricating tear film will wash away. The lipid layer will wash away, and the patient with the dry eye will feel more discomfort after washing the eye with water.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Subhash, over to you. Thank you.
Last time I was in India, and that was just beginning of the summertime, and I saw lots of people using Bisleri bottles washing their eyes. And it was quite amusing to see that. And well, it is a cultural thing, as Hari also said it, that Indian culture is just splashing the eyes in, always they do it. And the only thing I could recommend is always close your eyes, please. Don't wash away your tear film. I know there is dust and all that. But then again, protecting the eyes and asking them to have the right type of spectacles. Now, during this discussion, few things has been actually bugging me so much, and I have to please mention it. And I think this is very important thing because there's a lot of public, audience from India as well. Two things. One thing is buying spectacles just like that. Even in UK, we have got a problem. People just walk into any supermarket and just buy the specs for reading, which is not right. My colleague always has been insisting, Jayashri, who's a dispensing optician, that even for reading glasses, you must get your eyes examined properly from an optician and get the correct reading. That's one thing. Second thing, and I think I'm going to put my foot in it and create a hornet's nest. 5 years ago, a friend of mine came from India and he brought a bottle of Drishti eye drops, Patanjali. well, he didn't put the eye drops, and he said, no, Subhash, I would not do it before I just speak with you. And I wanted to know the formula as usual, but he said, no, let me send you the photograph. He sent me the photograph, and I have been struggling with this. I've even spoken with Professor Danda from AIMS. Hari, when he came over to our mixed meeting about a couple of years back, where I was presenting, and you know what is the formulation? Have you ever seen the formulation? I think as ophthalmologists, you better see and take a really, really good objection to it. It costs 23 rupees. It has got the composition. Juice of onion, juice of ginger, lemon, benzalkonium chloride, and honey. And this product is promoted for all eye condition. We were at Nizran Mandir recently, Hari, myself, and Roxanne. And I asked this question, how many had heard of it? 40% hands went up, and these are people from the UK. And I had to tell them why they should not be using it. So please see to it that whenever you come across any patient, and do this patient education for everyone which you come across, don't use that product. It harms the eyes, it destroys the sclera, and it creates a huge amount of problems. I mean, sorry, I get very passionate about this.
Yes, Dr. Ajit. Thank you, Dr. Subhash. Yes.
I have a word for this. What you asked about the pollution and the care of after pollution. See, in Indian perspective, what I can tell is actually people are coming after a long ride in bikes without goggles or something. They can have irritation. They will. You are asking about how to care of that irritation or red eye. See, as in OPD, we have seen many cases when some foreign bodies lodged inside the eye, but patient will not feel it that. And maybe people will use the outdated drops with them, and maybe continue for 1 or for a few days and come to OPD with corneal ulcer. This scenario I have to mention because we have seen many cases, foreign body lodged in the eye, it's been there for a while, and they come with corneal infection. So if my suggestion is people are having this problem for more than as expected, like 2-3 days, you have to consult an ophthalmologist to remove to roll out some foreign bodies. And another word is actually using eye drops. See, once your eye drops are with us, actually in Indian perspective, people are using it for a long time. In whatever eye problem, actually they are using the same eye drop. We don't know it's a steroid. We don't know it's a lubricant, and this also actually we have to discourage. That's my word.
Okay, thank you very much,
Dr. Ajit. Yes, we'll be
Amrita,
talking further. Yes, please proceed, Dr. Rotarian Lalgoye. Yes.
That's only one thing, patient education. Believe you me, patient education. Anybody walks into your office, educate, hammer whatever you say, hammer the idea.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Subhash. Then now I would like to introduce my second panelist today, and he's Dr. Ajit Varghese. Dr. Ajit is the consultant ophthalmologist at NS Hospital, Kollam, Kerala. He is a highly accomplished and competent eye specialist with extensive experience in ophthalmology. He is skilled in diagnosing and treating various eye conditions, performing advanced surgical procedures, and staying updated with the latest advancement in the field. He has having proven track record of delivering exceptional patient care and effectively managing emergency cases. He is fluent in multiple languages, facilitating clear communication and rapport building with patients. He is adept at teaching and mentoring, actively engaging in educational initiatives. Welcome, Dr. Ajit Varghese, on our show. Dr. Ajit Varghese, already you have been interacting with the panelists today, and you have heard what Dr. Poonam Agarwal has mentioned about the prevention of blindness. We would like to know from your views on eye care. Dr. Ajit Varghese, please.
Thank you, sir, for the invitation, for allowing me to present my ophthalmologic experience. Let me share my page first. So this is my page for today. Can you hear, please?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. So actually, I will start from Rotarian Goalji. See,
Yeah,
What's the
can you
importance
please make
of?
it full screen, Dr.
Yeah.
Ajit, if you can make it full screen, presentation mode. Thank you.
Is it okay now?
Mm,
Is it
it
fine?
hasn't come.
Yes.
We can't see it in the presentation mode. It's not full screen. Slideshow mode. If you can reshare again, that will be better, as I think. And then slideshow mode, please.
Yes, to close and again reshare.
No, sir, actually.
Yet.
Oh, no.
I think you have to exit and then again you have to share. You have to close the sharing and then you have to again share it.
Okay, let me stop here.
And now again you share with the presentation mode.
Yep. Please reshare.
Share.
We can't see.
I think your presentation, yes, it's on the top. Top.
You have to share the presentation now.
I've just temporarily broken your screen, doctor. If you bring your presentation on your screen and before you share it, you will see it in the screen, then share screen. Yeah, now you are sharing your desktop.
Yeah.
Don't share that. Share the presentation you want to show.
Please open the presentation before you share.
Yeah, you can stop this. Stop. Don't share now. First, open the presentation, and then it
First
will.
to exit from this. Just close this sharing. Yeah.
1 second, sir.
Okay, now what you do, bring the presentation on your screen first before you share screen. As you share screen, you will see it in the opening window of the screen share, then you share it, okay? So it'll be very important to see that, Dr. Lal Goyal, because as you say, Dr. Ajit is a very eminent
Is it okay now?
Consultant. So
Is it okay now, sir?
Not yet. If it's in your screen, now share it on the share screen. You will see it. Before you share, you will see it will open up a screen and it will show your presentation. You got it the last time. It was correct. You just had to maximize this, doctor.
Print a meeting.
Yeah, that's fine. Take your time.
Now, can I go back to my presentation here?
Yes, you can share it. Share it now. If it's open in your screen, now go to the green button at the bottom taskbar and click on share screen and you will see your present. Yes, let's see. Yes. If you just maximize it, there'll be double opposite arrow.
Yeah. Is it okay now?
Let's carry on as it is. That's good enough. Carry on.
Okay, sir. So I will. Sorry for the disturbance I made out so far. I will start from Rotarian Lal Goyal. Why I is important?
Dr. Ajit, if you just go to the top bar and click on slideshow.
Yeah.
Just top of the screen, click on slideshow. So you've got home, insert, design, animation, slideshow.
There's a slideshow on the top.
The top bar. Next to home, you've got insert, design, animation, slideshow.
On your taskbar at the top.
The top.
Yes.
You've got home, the home tab. Then to your right, you've got insert design. Yeah, home tab, go to the home tab. Then you got insert design
Go up.
animation slideshow.
Even above where your cursor, even more up.
Above
Yes,
design, yes.
Design,
To your right,
animation, yeah.
slide. Next one, slideshow.
Then the slideshow. Come to the
Slideshow,
slide.
good.
Yeah, click on there. And then
Yeah.
just do current slide from current slide. So the second option there. More
Hide
to your
slide.
left. To your left. No, to your left. To your left.
Is it
Go to your
setup
left.
slideshow?
Next one.
Set-
Next one. No, to your left.
Custom slideshow.
Left again. Left again. Left
Next.
again. There. From click on there.
From
Click on
beginning?
this.
Yes. No, from current slideshow.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Perfect, perfect.
Yes,
Please
that's
go ahead.
brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne.
Just helping those of us who are over 40 and can't see.
Okay, so I'll start from here. Start from Rotarian Lal Goel about the preciousness. Why eye is precious? It's because 80% of our environment information is coming from the eye, through the eye. Though I don't need to tell about the eye specialties, like it can focus up to 50 times per second. The saccadic speed is a Guinness World Record. Avascular cornea, only the area in the body where there is no vessel is cornea. And the retina, which is pain-free. And like our his colleague, eye is also working like heart and brain. And this equipment, this of the eye, require more than 1/3 of its entire capacity in order to function well to see an impression. So, in a nutshell, eyes are the second most complex part of your body, surpassed by only by brain. So, from my side, what I want to say is enough reason for to preserve our vision for long time. So, I'll come to my topic. I am going to the general topic. It's meant for not for a specialty cadre. It's meant for general physician. It's meant for general audience. It's meant for specialist doctors. Why? Why primary care physician is important in looking into the eye? Since ages, we have seen physicians are looking into the eye for looking at the level of anemia or patient is jaundice since long. But from my side, what I want to enumerate in here is what are the systemic diseases a primary physician or other people look into the eye to see it's a part of systemic illness. A neurologist, a pediatrician, endocrinologist, rheumatologist, cardiologist, oncologist, hematologist, gastroenterologist, they have diseases which can be perceived from the eye even for the diagnosis or to assess the grade of the disease. That means eyes provide an extraordinary window into the body, especially brain, and it allows a non-invasive tool to evaluate the diseases like diabetes or hypertension, what else. So I will come into some general diseases which are interested to public or general physicians, which have implications or effect into the eye. First one of its kind is, it's under the term vascular disorder. First one is hypertension. How do doctors treat diabetes, hypertension? Hypertension is treated by primary care physicians and specialist doctors. But what an ophthalmologist can do in the eye with the pressure, in the high pressure, there are certain disease affect our small as well as large arteries, like retina, choroid, or optic nerve circulations are affected with high blood pressure. So what I meant to say is, actually, you can diagnose this or you can grade hypertensive disease by looking into the eye. What are the changes in the eye? The changes are maybe a hemorrhage, maybe some cotton wool white patches, or thickening of the arteriole where you can see as copper wiring or silver wiring or hard exudate. And at the extremes of hypertension, when it affects the you call the malignant hypertension, you will see the disc edema. What I want to tell is, actually, this area is the disc, And where it is in the malignant hypertension stage, this disc will be swollen. So many physicians or intensivists refer this patient to ophthalmologist to find out which grade of hypertension. So we are the one to assess the fundus normally and tell this is a case of malignant hypertension. What's the importance of malignant hypertension? See, it's a serious disease which can affect your target organs like kidney or eyes or heart. So we have to have a check on this by expecting a shutdown from the target organs. Another thing is diabetic retinopathy. Again, this is from ophthalmic point of view, very important to check the eye or retina for the assessment, for the diagnosis, or the grading of retinopathy. Dr. already Poonam told about the diabetic retinopathy, which is a preventable type of blindness. But what happens is actually patient will not come to the doctor for I am having retinopathy. But we are planned. We have special protocol like for a non-insulin dependent diabetes, we have to check the retina for the retinopathy at the time of diagnosis, because we don't know at what stage, what time he came, his diabetes is diagnosed, or till how long he has been diabetic. But some aggressive diseases like insulin dependent diabetes, we can take by time, maybe within 3 to 5 years, we need to check the retina. You know, again, diabetologists refer the patient to the ophthalmologist for checking for these lesions. See, there are some microaneurysms in the retina that can see as like aneurysms, or again, cotton ball spots, or new blood vessels, or hemorrhages, or heart injury. These are the findings we see in the retina, and this is actually according to the grade of the disease, it will be different. So it is very important to screen the retina in diabetic patients to prevent the future blindness. Then another situation where ophthalmology is important in the part of a treatment for systemic disease is stroke. See, brain stroke actually depends upon the brain, which area of the part of the brain is having stroke or clotting or hemorrhage, whatever. They will have implications in the eye. Again, this neurologist will refer many cases to doctor ophthalmologist eye to check the, maybe they can easily, by clinical examination, we can locate the lesion of the foci of a lesion in the stroke. I would not like to go into the deep into the situation where actually which area is affected, but these are general findings you see in eye. Maybe pupil will be dilated, there will be double vision, there will be ptosis, there will be nystagmus, there will be cranial palsies, there will be a visual field defect, all because of the problem in the blockage of circulation in the brain. But it can have implications in the eye. Another case is eye stroke. When the blood vessel to the retina, or called retinal artery, or central or a branch retinal artery is blocked, it's called an eye stroke. It will present like a total loss of vision if it is central retinal artery occlusion. It's again, we cannot prevent it, but this is actually impending, or these are the signs you are getting into stroke disease. Then another term we have seen in primary practice is amaurosis fugax. It's just nothing but temporary loss of vision. But why it is not that serious for people? Because it will come back. Normal vision will come back by 2-3 minutes. It's a temporary phenomenon, maybe because of a spasm, maybe because of a dislodging emboli in the circulation. So this is important, because maybe it's amaurosis fugax is associated with any neurological signs. It's actually a case of impending stroke. Then migraine, as you know, everybody know the clinical history of migraine. People come with the half headache, they have some visual aura, they have vomiting, and at the peak of headache they will vomit, and after vomit they will have a symptom-free period. But there are cases like ocular migraine or retinal migraine. There are specific symptoms present with the eye, like scintillation, transient obscuration of vision, or loss of field in homonymous field. What you call is actually homonymous hemianopia. That's a part of migraine, of retinal migraine. But what happens is this retinal migraine, if it is associated with neurological symptoms like some paralysis or some part of body, it's a predictor of stroke. And I'll go into another part of systemic diseases where you call autoimmune disease, where our body, our immune system react against our own body and produces some diseases like connective tissue disorder, thyroid eye disease, myasthenia gravis, many things. So these all serious diseases have effect on eye. How? Maybe the commonest one is a Sjogren syndrome, where you see dry eye. And usually rheumatologist doctors send to ophthalmologist for estimating what the grade of dry eye. Or and the rheumatological features of diseases like ankylosing spondylitis, rheumatoid arthritis, SLE, you call systemic lupus erythematosus, sarcoidosis. Many of the collagen vascular diseases are connective diseases, mainly autoimmune etiology, have findings or symptoms or signs in the eye. Maybe it's a dry eye, maybe it's anterior segment inflammation like iritis, maybe you can see a red eye with episcleritis or scleritis, maybe even going to the back side of the eye affecting the retina or optic nerve. All they have findings in the eye. We cannot avoid this thyroid disorder in the avoiding the eye, because many are presenting with eye lesions, like maybe a lid retraction, maybe a proptotic eye like exophthalmosis, maybe simple red eye or puffy eye. These are all part of thyroid disorders. Many diseases are actually, in the, especially Indian perspective, they come into the OPD with the puffy eyes. Then we check for proptosis. When we check, the thyroid profile is different. So that's an important part of systemic disease which having effect on the eye. There are more than 20 findings in the eye. When you come across thyroid disorder, there are more than 20 signs. I don't want to discuss all these signs because these are, again, this affect the eye. Then another situation where multiple sclerosis, everybody know, people are having a serious neurological disorder. They have central fatigue, cognitive impairment, visual problem, musculoskeletal problem. But what I want to say, there are some people come with optic neuritis, like sudden or insidious onset of loss of vision in one eye. Maybe they have some pain, their eye movement become painful, and they go to the ophthalmic doctor. They see that it's optic neuritis. Many of the optic neuritis patients, in 5 years, they have progress into multiple sclerosis. Again, this optic neuritis is a predictor of multiple sclerosis. This is the one important aspect of ophthalmic findings. Then intracranial hypertension is another aspect of systemic disease, where when the pressure in the brain increases, it can present like a optic nerve head swelling. It's called papilledema. Many neurologists actually refer patient to assess the papilledema is there or not, because it depends whether papilledema is there or not, their treatment or their investigation. Like lumbar puncture, it will depend whether the intracranial hypertension is too much. They will not attempt for lumbar puncture. So they have to assess the eye to determine the grade of intracranial hypertension. There are certain like brain tumor. Many the disease which swells the brain causes intracranial hypertension, but there are idiopathic cases. Again, that physician will not have any idea what is the role of, what is the cause of this brain hypertension. So again, they will refer this patient to ophthalmologist, whether to find out there's a simple papilledema without any neurological signs. Again, there has a ophthalmologic role. As you know, another situation where HIV, hepatitis, acute immune deficiency syndrome, AIDS, there are specific findings in the eye, like a CMV retinitis, a Kaposi sarcoma. There are they may not present with eye findings alone, but along with the systemic problem, we can see some eye findings in the when detailed eye examination. Another one common disease, myasthenia gravis. They present with the bilateral drooping of the eye called ptosis, or they have double vision. If you find no other cases or no other etiology for a drooping of eye or diplopia, mean you have neurological evaluation, find any reason for diplopia or this drooping of the eye, we'll presume to be its myasthenia. So it's one of the important finding in the eye where you myasthenia present. Then we cannot avoid the cancer patients. Ocular malignancies are most commonly metastatic lesions. You know, there are primary eye tumors, maybe arise from the skin, from the lacrimal gland, from the eye globe as well, or from the orbit. But most of the one in practice are secondaries. Recently, I have a patient. They presented with the proptosis. Actually, patient was treating with the evaluated for thyroid or orbital tumors or something, and the MRI they see some small tumor behind the globe. And usually, in our practice, it's a painful. We'll put it as a diagnosis called a pseudotumor. The lady is being treated for maybe 3 to 6 months for steroids. They have a remission while on steroid, again it's recurred. Actually, we are confused on that case because a patient presented with proptosis. They have some facial palsy, which is troublesome for the patient because of the cornea getting damaged because of the exposure keratitis, and they are confused. But somebody told, or the senior colleague told, to go for a biopsy of the pseudotumor, and it turned to be the secondary from her breast. So it's important. The ocular aspect of systemic disease is very important in this case. Metastatic carcinoma, what I told about. Then neurofibromatosis, it's a general disease, but there are specific terms, specific findings in the eye, like in the iris, in the slit lamp, you can examine, and there are lesion nodule. The criteria says actually optic glioma or 2 or more. This special type of nodule in the iris is diagnostic. So again, it's an aspect from the ophthalmic side. As you know, anemia, leukemia, or any disease which cause hyperviscosity syndromes, they have their effect on the retina or in the eye as well, and they cause for many vascular problems like diabetes, like hypertension, like hemorrhage, like neovascularization. Many things are there in the eye, part of anemia. So some other problem in the slit lamp, we never actually, it's very rare to see these findings in the of OPD, but this is significant because some lysosomal storage disorders, like some glycolipids, actually because of the enzyme deficiency in the body, these things will store in many parts of the body, including the cornea. For example, Fabry's disease or Gaucher's disease, they have deposition of this glycolipid in the cornea. Maybe it causes a corneal clouding or like a cornea with verticillity, as I have seen in the slide. So again, eye is a part of the systemic disease. We can't stop this lecture by saying the toxicity of the drugs in the eye. The rheumatologist or pulmonologist or oncologist, they have their medicines which have their serious side effect on the eye. Like example, hydroxychloroquine, which is used in the rheumatology purpose, is have a serious side effect on the retina. They'll cause bullseye maculopathy and the loss of vision, and it is reversible when you stop the medicine. Again, tamoxifen, it's used as an anti-cancer drug. There are serious side effects on the retina, and so many toxic medicines have their own effect on the eye. So eye screening is important for long-term medications, those who are taking for the systemic diseases. And this is a few of the things what we want to discuss in this table. And thank you for watching, sir. And please welcome for any discussions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajit, for giving your very descriptive, I must say, the PowerPoint presentation. Amrita, would you like to ask some questions to Dr. Ajit?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ajit. This was a magnificent presentation in a way that so many people don't know about these things, how the body is related with the eyes, because people mostly think about a lot of magnificent things of decorating the eyes, looking into the eyes, peeping into the heart through the eyes, and a lot of other things. But its relevance in relation to your physical body and its connection in every aspect is very important. And I think in today's time, it's also very important to educate people at this level to make people understand. Okay, one more quick question from my side related with today's time of India with the heat wave and plus 50-degree temperature and how to care for the eyes. So I think all those viewers who are from India and are living in extreme climatic conditions as well. So not talking just about extreme heat, but even in cold countries where it's too cold, eyes are very sensitive to temperature as well. So what are the tips? So this question is also open to all the panelists to tell about the best tips for protection of the eyes and care for the eyes during the extreme climatic conditions of plus 50 and minus 10, minus 20. So over to you. Over to you, Dr. Ajit. We take your comments first and then we move over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. From my side, actually, for the climatic infection, there is no special treatment for the eye. Stay away from the humid and sunny side. And ultraviolet rays are harmful to the eye, as the doctors told. Actually, protection of eye is the most important. So even while wearing a full, not like a fashionable frame, you are the one which cover the eye, mostly protect the eye from trauma or from the hot climate or the adverse climates. Then care of eye, as doctor told, actually, see, what all things in tropical climate, actually allergens, contaminants, and iatrogenic things like what we make ourselves, because using all the eye drops or unnecessary medicines, actually, though that medicine doesn't contain any label on that, actually you have to avoid on that. And using warm compressors is important for the, as the doctor told, the chronic infections of the eye lid margins. Then cold ice treatment is good for your eye health, and it will improve your eye strain. And keeping on a regular diet, sleep, that's all we can suggest for the eye health. Avoid screen time and proper position of the screen, and reduce the long screen time. Then you follow the 20-20-20 rule, like you while watch for 20 minutes, take a break for 20 and look at the far vision. What happened to the children recently? Actually increased the myopia. See, because they are sitting in the room watching the electron devices for a long time, and the eyes, they are not getting enough time to develop for the far vision. That's, I feel, what the important of the you engage in outdoor activities. You have to promote the children to go into the outdoors. Brain can develop the quality what you want for. Actually, when you're sitting in the room, brain don't want to go for the far vision. So actually, the eye is contained, the vision is contained. So I suggest your children to go to the outdoor eye for involved in outdoor activities. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ajit. Before we carry on talking, Rotarian Lal Goyal, thank you for producing this wonderful hour. Stay around. We are still going to chit chat because people are enjoying outside, getting so much information from different experts with a different dates. Before we ask Dr. Hari, shortly we'll be visiting our resident Ayurveda expert here as well. He's a Veda Acharya. Naveen Gupta is here as well. And he's in several parts of Europe and presently maybe in London. And then we're going to go to Sharon, who is going to actually use the eye movements during her dancing session, how she exercised her eyes. And she studied in India with Sitara Devi 50 years back. So we are here in UK, we are in India, we'll go to North Atlantic in a moment. Dr. Hari, extreme temperatures. In India, we reach 50.9 degrees in Delhi, and sometimes in Europe, we are reasonably at about minus 10 degrees. Your quick tips before we move over and we carry on with our chats.
So I think, whether you have extreme high or extreme low temperature, they all affect the surface of the eye. When you have windy conditions and cold winds, they all affect the surface of the eye, essentially by causing evaporation of the tears. So people are more likely to get uncomfortable eyes and dry eyes. And paradoxically, when you have dry eyes, they water. And so I think the two things are really protection. So in extreme cold and wind and extreme heat, sunglasses will help protect the eyes both from harmful light and wind to reduce the evaporation. And also the liberal use of tear gels and moistening gels when you're in those sorts of conditions. And in addition, if people are flying as well, airplanes cause a lot of evaporation of tears because the air sort of blows down on your eyes. So whenever I travel, I take some moistening tear gels with me. I don't have dry eye, but when I'm in those situations, I do get symptoms.
And there's one question from Oleg in Norway. He's asking, is it true that eye is one organ which doesn't change its size through from the birth to the death? Is that right?
No, not really. The eye continues to grow from birth until the age of about 18, 19. It usually stabilizes by that age. In some situations, in some conditions, it may go on lengthening in a condition called keratoconus, but normally once the eye has reached adult age by very late teens, it shouldn't change significantly.
There you are, Oleg, in Norway. We hope you enjoyed yourself. We are going to go back and Dr. Poonam, if you're still around, we'll keep on chit-chatting. Dr. Ajit, well done. Rotarian Lal Goyal, thank you very much. Every hour you produce from 9 o'clock Indian time to 10 o'clock Indian time on every episode. We are very proud of you. And your final comment, how do you keep your eyes tip-top?
Mr. Neil Kumar, I am wearing the glasses for almost 65 years now. I was among the first student in the entire school to wear the glasses when I was only 5 years old at that time. And now I'm 70. And my screen time at present is about 17 to 18 hours a day. But still, I'm coping up. I had one eye cataract operated, but the other eye is still with the contact lens. I am managing very fine. So whenever doctors or anybody talks about the less screen time, I always feel it. And my sleep hours are about 3 to 4 hours in 24 hours. So I am doing all the things which are not recommended by any of the doctor, but still my eyes are there.
So you are using 17 to 18 hours. So effectively, in about 7 to 8 more hours, or even 6 more hours, you'll break the world record, 24/7, 365. Is that right?
No, it's not the world record, but yes, because my sleep is very less, and that's why the rest time I am using the screen time for producing these programs as well as for doing the work for the organ donation, which I am doing as you can see the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. So I have to do the things. I have to speak sometimes online, and our meetings are also online. So that's why it's almost 70 to 80 hours a day.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyal. My advice to you is, if you can bring it down to 12 to 10 hours, you will see marked improvement in your eyesight.
Then Mr. Neil Kumar, you will be missing me on your Sunday programs.
Well, you can't escape healing our health. Apart from that, you are allowed to have a bit of less hours that you can do on that. Well, it's beautiful. Stay around. We still want to chit chat with everybody. Let's go and have a different perspective of eye and healthcare. So Amrita, if you could bring in Dr. Naveen Gupta, and then we'll chit chat and go to Sharon as well. Over to you, Dr. Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you very much, Rotarian Lal Goyalji. I'll be taking up other questions from all the panelists. Please stay around. Let's welcome Dr. Naveen Gupta. Dr. Naveen Gupta basically is an Ayurvedic practitioner, and he is an Ayurveda expert who has his centers in different parts of Europe, and he has been practicing from quite a lot of years. And let's hear from him another perspective of understanding, because in Ayurveda, there had been a lot of talk, which in fact, I want to put a question further about the practices of Akshitarpan and using clarified butter, which is called as ghee, which is very famous. And we'll be talking about that. But let's welcome you. Over to you, Dr. Naveen Gupta, for your talk. Thank you so much.
Global Namaste to all of you at Healing Our Earth. So all the viewers and all the listeners. So this is Naveen Gupta. Right now I'm in Belgium. It's my home country. After my first home country, India, Belgium is my second home country. Apart from few other countries where I live and practice and teach Ayurveda medicine to the Westerners for the last 3 decades. So I've been practicing in India for 1 decade, and then I moved to Europe. For 3 decades, I'm practicing here. So my topic today is about eye strain, but I think Rotarian Mr. Goel and my previous speaker, Dr. Ajit, they've spoken a lot about it. And I think if I use my papers, it can go very long. But if I take the point from where they were talking about, Amrita, especially you were talking about the climatic conditions, and then another respected doctor ophthalmologist, he entered and he was speaking about till what age the eyes are growing. If you go to the Ayurvedic concept of the eye, let us go into the 3 bioenergy principles through which the whole human physiology works, and also the eye. And that is Vata, Pitta, Kapha. And these 3 bioenergies are directly responsible from the energy of the 5 elements. So basically, because of the vision, it's one of the principal sense organ. So, and this is called a specific dosha, which is called Alochaka Pitta. And here I will say that Alochaka Pitta keep on moving from from your childhood, even when the eyes are not fixed for an infant. So until the last part of the age, the eyes are keeping on. I think I might have some problem. Anyway, somebody's helping me. So then Alochaka Pitta keep on moving from one level to the other level, and it's a special Pitta which is responsible for the vision, and you can say it's also responsible for the myopia, hypermetropia, or whatever condition you are talking about. Let me come to my topic, which is about the eye strain. So I'll be talking about the beautiful wisdom about Marma Bindu, the vital points which can help, which we stimulate, and which can help to combat the eye strain. And also at the same time, it can work upon different climatic conditions, be it extreme hot, like in India now 15 or 50.9 or something like that. And then in Arabic countries, more than that, 53, 54, we heard about it. And then for me, I've also experienced and lived in Swiss Alps. For a long time, I lived there on chalet. And I've experienced -20, -27. It was so simple for me. Even the last 2 months ago, we were having -15. So for me, I'm well accommodated to all the temperature conditions, and I will tell this, my own experiences also living in those extreme conditions. Although I've not been in India for the last 3 years for some one or the other reason, but I can say because I was living in India, and maximum at that time, I might have experienced 46 degrees, but this is extreme. So I will tell everything about the Marma. So let me first come to my topic, which is digital eye strain, which for the last 5 years has completely changed the whole scenario of eye health. And I'm not that expert ophthalmologist as my previous speakers were. I'm not that. But in Ayurveda, we have a Shalakya Tantra. It's one of we have 8 parts of Ayurveda, and one part of Ayurveda is dedicated to Shalakya Tantra. And by the way, I passed out this Shalakya Tantra in 1981 and 1982 by 2 exams in Delhi University with gold medal. In fact, more than 80%. So it is also close to my heart, this topic. In Shalakya Tantra, we cover eye and ear, nose, and throat. So and this is, I will keep this wisdom, keep on going on with my topic. So digital eye strain is an entity encompassing visual and ocular symptoms arising due to the prolonged use of digital electronic devices. Mr. Goel will not be so happy, but we'll come back again and again to make a lighter note about that. He will have less screen time, and then still he can manage very good all this. So here I say that blurring of vision is the first symptom which come across when you use digital screen for prolonged time. But there is a formula for that, which is 20-20-20. I will come back to that formula one by one, step by step. So blurring of vision, 1, dry eyes, 2, itching of the eyes, 3, a sensation of foreign body in the eye, although there is no foreign body, but it is sensation of foreign body in the eye. 4, watering of the eyes. 5th, it's opposite to the dry eyes. And then in Ayurveda, we have special guna principles which will help to combat all these symptoms which I'm talking about. And these symptoms are visual and ocular symptoms and headache. Now, I heard my previous speaker, a very learned, and how beautifully he presented. I was listening to him for the last 15-20 minutes. And some of my students are here today, 5, in fact, now. And they are also listening from distance now. And everybody was listening to him. And it was really, really very good. How they were reacting to every single point. I could see that in their eyes. And he was speaking about the eyes. And I could see the eyes from the people who are listening to him. Beautifully he presented. So he also mentioned about non-ocular symptoms. What is that? Non-ocular symptoms. Visual and ocular symptoms I already talked about. Now I talk about the non-ocular symptoms. Stiff neck is one of the big cause for the eye strain. Stiff neck. Exhaustion. That's the second biggest cause, biggest symptom. General fatigue, headache, and backache. Even backache can result into the eye strain. Here, I'm not only talk about the symptoms, I'm going to give the solutions also. This is how I will do that now. So let me start first solution. In the extreme heat climatic conditions, like in Arabic countries, or like in, even you have to understand the climatic in a different perspective also. Like in Europe, we are not used to, I have to please some students who are sitting here, so I have to mention a little bit Europe also here. So you have to understand that the people are not used to a certain temperature. So plus 20 or 26 can be extreme for them, which is just normal temperature for an Indian living in Indian conditions. So I have to deal with all these clients who are coming to me, even with plus 26 degree temperature conditions. In August, we are going to experience that. And then sometime if the air conditioning is not working because people are not having air condition, only 1% or maybe less than 1% in Belgium will be having the air condition. Even I say about myself, I don't have air condition in my house. So, and that's why, and in particular month, 2-3 months, we are really very, 2-3 weeks, we are having a problem. So how to solve that? So what's my first advice? Walk on green grass barefoot. And if you walk 100 steps forward, try one time to walk 50 steps backwards. And within this 150 steps, you are walking barefoot on the green grass. If your green grass is having a lot of chemical fertilizers, that I'm sorry about it. So, but if it is green grass, which is the real green grass, which is not, which has some properties, because why I'm talking that barefoot also, because this green grass touch or the dew drops at the green grass, it helps the foot, and the foot are directly connected to the eyes. So even massaging the foot, for example, there is a marma point here at 4 limbs, like I'm taking my right hand now. So here at the center, it is Tal Haradeya marma point. And if I stimulate that for 8 seconds, 8 times, like I'm doing that now, if I bring close, and then you will see that it is directly giving soothing to your eyes. And the same time on the left palm, in the center, Tal Haradeya, and in the I have to remove my socks to show where I'm putting on my feet. So just at the center of my sole, from left and right, if you do that 8 seconds, 8 times stimulation, then you will see that it makes a lot of change by cooling down the eyes in the extreme conditions. At the same time, also in the cooling condition, it will help. But in cooling condition, I will not advise people to go for barefoot for the walk or walk on the barefoot on the green grass in the morning. Now, let us talk about the sun gazing now. Sun gazing. In Ayurveda, we call it the time which is Amrit Kal, the time when the nectar is coming from the sky to the earthy people. That is within 1 hour before the sunrise and within half an hour before the sunset and half hour after the sunset, that particular hour. And in fact, these 2 hours are also very important to do meditation. And that's why we called Sandhya and Suprabhat Dhyana meditation. This is very helpful for the eye strain if you do 2 times meditation. And when it comes to sun gazing, so we have to blink our eyes. And when I use the word blinking of the eyes, I must tell all the viewers an interesting thing, which could be really interesting all over the world, the people who are watching our Healing Our Earth program, because we are talking about the earth now. Akshinimesh, we call it. Means if I blink my eye 1 time, it's called 1 unit I blink my eyes. And if we want to calculate the biological time, like we calculate how much pulse rate, how much heart rate, so it's a biological time. Every single biological time in every organic system in the body is calculated as a single unit from Akshinimesh, 1 blink of the eyes. So it's so important, 1 blink of the eyes. So what we do in sun gazing at these 2 particular times, we gaze at the sun 20-20-20 formula like that. So we gaze for 20 seconds and then we blink the eyes. Then we blink the eyes. And this is how we do 2 times blinking of the eyes. And this is keeping our eyes so much we can adapt to any kind of eye strain which will come to us in the daytime, or when we do it in evening time, which has come to me in the daytime, in the night time, I can be totally relaxed. So these are the 2 points I wanted to refer here. And obviously, is a theoretical point I'm raising again. So Amrita, please raise the finger when you want me to stop, because I do not know when to stop, please. And because I'm just lecturing for the last 30 years all over Europe, so I do not know when to stop. Please tell me with your finger when to stop. So again, I'll come back to my, yes, please.
Dr. Naveen, so it's nice to have an alternative perspective of eyes and things. So we want to carry on. Can we just have a little break? We go to Sharon in USA. So you are there in Europe. Amrita is in India. We had Robert from Uganda, and we go to Sharon, who's just going to bring a bit of break by showing how, and we want to come back to you with discussion with this on this. And Sharon wants to show a bit of eye movements, how she helps her eyes and relax because of dancing. And then we come back to you. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's very much okay. And I would also love to look at the dance, and maybe
Yes.
my eyes according to her eyes moving. Thank you.
Global Namaste, Sharon, all the way in the North Atlantic there. And welcome. And you have got some sort of eye movements that you used to use. So if you look at the Indian classical dances, eye exercise were actually the way to bring into the dancing, and they were so useful. So tell us more about it.
Well, living with Sitara Devi, so I got a really strong transmission of Abhinaya and studied the Natya Shastra and the Abhinaya Darpana, mirror of gesture. And I was working on a whole video, this was in '98, about how to experience and embody the different emotional qualities of the divine feminine, of the goddesses. And so I had a whole series of exercises where you would feel the Shakti coming up through your central channel and then out through your eyes. And then depending on whether it was a goddess of love and compassion, which is very soft and graceful, or like the goddess of sensuality or strength and power, I created exercises that would warm up the eyes for expressing those qualities and emotional qualities in your dance and in your life. And I am now 75. I've been doing these exercises a long time. I do not wear glasses. And they feel really good. And so I'm going to share them with you today. So
that's purely amazing. At 75, no eye problem that are detectable so far. You don't wear glasses, so that's beautiful. So tell us what routine you observed and through your dance, how
you can do them with me. This is a video that
Yes.
I made, and you can do them with me. They're fun. Okay.
Let's watch the video and we see, and Amrita is ready to go as well. So Amrita, you've got several years to go before you get Sharon's age.
Exactly. Exactly.
And here we have the
And
coming up.
Begin by consciously relaxing the muscles of your face. Feel the muscles in your cheeks lengthen downward, your jaw relax. Allow your neck to lengthen, your spine elongate. Now bring your attention to your eyes. Feel them as they lie deep within their sockets. See if you can sense the whole inner portion of the eye as it rests within the socket. Breathe in. Once again, feel the divine fire of the goddess rise up into your central channel through the mystic centers of your body. Breathe out. Allow it to enter into and fully permeate your eyeballs until they become like two shining orbs, glowing with the clear light of divinity. As you perform the following exercises, imagine that the sacred light and energy is continuously entering into and exuding out from them, filling the world with new light and life. Breathe in, keeping your head level. Feel the sacred fire swell up within you as you lift your eyes toward the sky. Breathe out as you lower your eyes toward the earth. With each breath, picture that you are the powerful goddess herself, sending streams of clear, purifying energy out into the world. And breathe in, look up. Breathe out, look down. Breathe in, look up. Breathe out, look down, and up and down, up and down again, up and down, up and down. Breathe in and out, and relax. Now, remembering to hold your head still and letting only your eyes do the work. Breathe in and look to the right. Breathe out and look to the left. Ready? Breathe in. Feel your eyes once again fill with radiance, and look right and left, right and left. Breathe in and out, in and out. Again, right, left, right, left. Breathe in and out, in and out. Hold center. Keep your eyes wide open and gleaming with light as we reverse. Look left and right, left and right. Breathe in and out, in and out. Again, left, right, left, right. Breathe in and out, in and out, and rest. Eye circles. These are especially important for developing fluidity of motion in the eyes. We will circle to the count of 8, starting from the top and circling clockwise to the right. As you perform this exercise, you will notice that your eyes tend to jerk from position to position rather than flow smoothly. So, visualize that with your gaze you are drawing a sacred circle of light. As you circle around, try to make the motion as smooth and fluid as possible. Breathe in, look up, let the light fill your eyes, and breathe out, circle down. 2, 3, 4. Breathe in, circle up. 6, 7, 8, and out. 2, 3, 4, and in. 6, 7, 8, and around. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and around. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we're going to reverse so that we circle counterclockwise. During these circles, not only work to maintain fluidity of motion, but see if you can also perform one whole circle without blinking. Breathe in the light, look up, and breathe out, circle down. 2, 3, 4. Breathe in, circle up. 6, 7, 8, and out. 2, 3, 4, and in. 6, 7, 8, and around. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and around. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and rest. Open and close. A final exercise that will especially prepare you for performing the expressions of the goddesses of strength and power. Recall that inner fire blazing up through your body. As it does, breathe in and let your eyes fill with the pure, undiluted power and energy of the wrathful goddess as you open them very wide. Then breathe out as you close your eyes and focus on that bright inner flame and allow your whole face to relax. As you perform this exercise, really visualize the flames of radiant energy rising up into and blazing forth from the very center of your eyes. Ready? Close your eyes, look inward, and open and close. Open and close. Breathe in and out. In and out. Again, open and close. Open and close. Breathe in and out. In and out. And relax. in order to soothe and relax your eyes after that workout. Rub the palms of your hands together briskly. Then take the heels of your hands and place them over your eyes with your fingers resting lightly on the top of your forehead. Feel the warmth from your hands soothing your eyeballs as you let them sink back into their sockets and deeply relax. As you do so, discover once again that calm place of emptiness and clarity within yourself. Allow yourself to bathe in that feeling of total relaxation.
So Neil, I have 3 different pieces here. So maybe we should just either play them in sections or play that one. I don't want to take up too much time.
Yeah, we'll play them in sections in a moment. Let's bring in others and get a comment because Amrita was following what you were doing. If we could stop screen share for a moment. And Amrita, I saw that you were twirling your eyes around. What did you feel? I love the soothing voice and I love the eye movement. Who was that? Was it you, Sharon, doing the eye movements?
Well, they're very helpful, and especially because
Yes,
now
she was the one who was doing the eye movements actually.
Yes, and it's a completely alternative way to the opticians and the eye surgeons who guide because an Indian classical dance did use the eyes. It was a way of getting people doing their eye exercise anyway. And eyes speak a lot, you see. So, Sharon, that was good. Soothing voice, your coordination between your eyes was also very good. We want to ask others what they think. Let's bring Dr. Naveen Gupta, who's in Belgium. We have also got a guest here, Urmila, who actually went through some eye problems. So she's going to share when she puts her video on. And we can ask Naveen was also watching. So Naveen, what were your thoughts with the soothing voice and the nice background and the actual eye movement that you can clearly see the eye actually moving around without bending the head. What did you feel, Naveen, when you were watching it?
Yes, please. Thank you so much to bring back me again. So Neil and Sharon, it is, I mean, I moved my screen towards my students and we all were watching and every single person was enjoying this room. And I said already that there are 5 people in the room apart from me. You can see them one by one. They can say hello to you. They can say hello to you. And Sharon, everybody was following you. And it was so beautiful to follow what the dance was. And in fact, I'm thinking to take next flight tomorrow morning from Brussels to your location. It was so mesmerizing. It was so mesmerizing. I can cancel all my flights and come to you wherever your location in US is, because it was so beautifully you did it. And I don't have words. Normally, I have many words. I can speak for hours and hours. And as Mr. Goel can look to the screen for hours and hours, I can speak for hours and hours. But today I'm mum. So that means every lady here was really enjoying it and they were following you. But we could not follow the dance. Next time we'll also follow the dance. And to learn what you are doing, it is, I mean, I don't have words for that.
And Naveen, we always love whichever country you're in. Sometimes you're in Switzerland, sometimes in Holland, the Netherlands, sometimes you're in Belgium. And you also have your students, your followers, you bring them. So we love getting their expression in. Naveen, stay around. We want to move back to you in a moment. Let's ask Subhas because he loves eyes from a different point of view, what he thinks and what Lakshmi thinks before we come back to you, Naveen.
No, 1 minute. Yes. So actually, some people are also waiting for my consultations after my school finished today. So I would like to keep it off now by saying all my best regards to you and best wishes and everything what we learned from Sharon and all the learning doctors and also Amrita's comment and also you. So I would like to keep it off for today because I see some clients now.
Naveen, thank you. And,
and already the two ladies are really, they helped me to wait for this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Naveen.
To all of you. We'll keep
Naveen,
it on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naveen. If you could just pan the camera once again, we say thank you to all the ladies.
Yes.
Amrita, Sharon. Yes. Thank
This
you.
is Delphine. This is Els. This is Jana. And
Namaste.
please introduce yourself.
Chantal.
Chantal. Francine. So Delphine, Els, Jana, Chantal, Francine. And me is Naveen Gupta.
And Naveen, we would like to remind people that you are again back next week, bringing another expert and yourself and diabetes, knowledge about diabetes from Ayurveda, and an expert you are bringing as well. So thank you very much, Naveen.
At that time, I will be in UK. So you will see all my students from Harley Street. My London School of Ayurveda will be joining this time. Next week, I'm there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naveen. Very proud of you. Thank you very much. So, Subhash, Sharon, our coordinator and a host from United States of America, on the other part for Healing Our Earth. What did you feel when her eye movements were going in? Do you use eye exercise and do you guide people to exercise the eyes?
That's a very contagious subject with me, I tell you. Now, listen, I'm very much fond of, and I really appreciate the Indian classical dance system. And Sharon mentioned Sitara Devi, and I had the occasion of actually, when I was in India on a visit, I had an occasion to watch her dancing. The eye movement in Indian classical dancing is basically expressive, and as Sharon said it, very rightly so. However, now I'm talking from completely scientific point of view, and please do not actually, just understand what is anatomically and scientifically which is being pursued actually. It was about a few years back. There is I wouldn't mention his name, but he's a professor. He was professor at Cambridge in ophthalmology, and he has been working on actually the growth of optic nerve, which is in progress at the moment. He came across quite a number of Indian patients who had, the movement which Sharon showed was very gentle. Her eye movements were very gentle, but there are people who actually rotate their eyes very, very strongly, up, down, everywhere. And that puts a tremendous strain on the optic nerve, and which has been found quite detrimental. So, when you talk about Indian dances and the expressive movements and the gentleness of the movement of the eye, that is absolutely fine, I believe you tell me. But people take it to the extreme. And I have been to a couple of Indian gatherings where I go as a speaker in temples and all. And I have found people doing it completely in a wrong way, and they actually damage their eyes quite a lot. And especially I'm talking about elderly people, 65, 70 onwards. So any system or any method which you show or tell people, you need to tell them, Sharon, looking at you or your dance form and everything is so absolutely beautiful. The music, definitely very soothing. But how your audience is going to take it and how they're going to actually practice themselves, there's a vast difference. There's a vast difference. Believe you me, because my experience in the ophthalmic side goes back nearly 30 years. When I was in Israel, I started learning about intraocular lens placement and things like that. And I've been in UK since last 30 years, and my actually attention has been on patients' education. When I talk about patients, my motto is educating for better outcomes. So when you teach people in the correct way, and they should understand exactly the correct way, because otherwise they'll mess it up. They will really mess it up. Shirshasana, we know that in Indian yoga, it is practiced. However, in certain conditions, especially when you've got glaucoma, you've got macular disease, it's not advisable. But then again, you have to make people understand that, because for me, it's very difficult, because when I go for these meetings and people go down to India from here, because it comes winter, the whole lot goes to India and they come back and the amount of mess they make it up. They've been given, for example, an eye drop to be followed for their glaucoma. They go there, they listen, they sit down, they have to put their eye drops in. There's a family gathering. No, don't worry about it. I know that Hakim, I know that Ayurvedic doctor, I know that guy. It will cure your, glaucoma, whatever problem is there. It doesn't happen like that. And this is what actually, scares me, that when people just absorb what they want to understand. So if they want to understand, you have to explain it to them properly. Otherwise, we have had this example. Hari just now spoke about the new research which is going in vitamin B3 for management of glaucoma, which is showing very good results. And it's scary, because this is a trial under a control system. And people who vitamin B3 overdosing is very detrimental to health. You understand that? And we came across these cases where people started saying, oh, yes, I can go down to the health shop and I'll buy vitamin 3. No. It's not done. It's done under very careful observation of Hari and his team. It can't be done like that. So this is what scares me. I'm not against any form of, whether it's Ayurveda, Unani, or anything. I'm from East Africa, right? I grew up in the African continent, and I had a Vishaga tribesman who actually brought me up. There is African. I have come across people from Africa telling me that they put goat's blood in their eye for their eye treatment. Yes, and because I speak Swahili, I go down to these African meetings up here, and I had to be very gentle and to explain it to them that no, it is not done. Once you tell them the correct way, then they realize, no, it cannot be done.
So thank you, Subhash. So Subhash advocates saying, do it the right way, don't do it in an extreme way. That applies to anything. If you do exercise and you do very extreme, you will damage your muscles or your bones or something. If you use your eye movements, Sharon, how you showed was very professional, correct, in a soothing way. So do it correctly, take advice from experts. Don't go and take things which are not scientifically proven. Just you may damage or deteriorate your ailment over there. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, you are listening pleasantly to her music and eye movements. How did you find it? And she's there, and we will then go to Urmila and ask.
Global namaste to all of you. Very interesting, very interesting. Everybody had a different view. Sharon, as usual, came out with something different and very soothing. I tried to match my movements with you, but maybe 80%. It was wonderful. In Tamil culture or Indian culture, the dances, the music, mridangam or flute or whatever we are taught to do these things when you are young. So there is no movement of the eyes as such very harshly or anything, but as you sing or as you do the flute, automatically the eye movement takes place and it takes care of your eyes. And I saw somewhere that eyes need to be, that harsh movement of eyes should be avoided. That's what has been taught to us when we were doing dance or anything. Harsh movement has to be. On the contrary, I thought Garba is more better because there is no harsh movement and you don't even realize whether you are moving your eyes or not. Automatically, it happens. So these are some of the points I thought I will mention. But I still want to know, You dry eyes is watery eyes, isn't it? Yeah.
Maybe Subhash can answer that.
Yeah.
Subhash, you can.
Yes. Yeah. Watery eyes is a symptom of dry eyes. Very simply put, when your eyes become dry, the first reaction of the body is to protect the eye surface, and the only thing which the body can produce fast is from the lacrimal gland is the water. Now, when the water comes in onto the surface of the eye, what happens is that it takes away all the other material, like the lipid and the oily layer, which goes off. Now, more water means more evaporation. So this cycle keeps on continuing. That's why we have to bring it back to the normal, and that's why the lubricant eye drops are being utilized.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what is the opposite of dry eyes?
Again, understand, dry eyes is a disease, and watering of the eyes is a symptom. When you have got watering of the, I get all this every time I go and talk about this. By my eyes are watering, how can it be dry? So it takes a lot of time to make them understand that this is a symptom, this is a sign that you've got dry eyes. So we need to deal with it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Dr. Lakshmi, even if you want to, because you are part of the Healing family, and now Subhash is part of Healing family, if there are any outreaches you want him to come in our European forums or European Parliament forums, just approach Amrita or Kirit, who are our producers, or come through to me. We'll put you in touch, because Subhash is not just on his own, he's also linked with the previous people that you met. You saw him mentioning the BAPS Nisdan Swaminarayan temple. That's just one example. He does go out and help the community, give them normal general opinions. But obviously, the best thing is to go to your expert to have a look. So we'll keep in touch. Amrita, if you facilitate that. And Dr. Lakshmi, when we do the European outreach or something, do please contact him. We've got Lata, who has got a question. Amrita, you have got a question. And Urmila has actually suffered some eye ailment. So we want to go to her as well. Amrita, let's have your question. Then we go to Urmila and Lata, and then we still carry on. And Sharon has got more video to show. So Amrita, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. My question is for Dr. Subhash. So, Dr. Subhash, I have 2-3 questions. My first question is, whenever people use eye drops, when they put the eye drops, after that, there is tears flowing from the eye. So, my question is it normal that the tears should flow from the eye or not? And in that, doing that, the medicine goes out from the eye as well. So what actually is right? Should it come? Should it not come? Or is it like getting absorbed also or not? Over to you.
Absolutely a brilliant question you asked. Okay. But first, let me clear. I'm not a doctor. I'm a clinical and a therapeutic application specialist pharmacist. Okay. Right.
Okay.
So you just call me Suresh. That's fine.
Okay.
Now, when you put an eye drop in, it's a foreign substance. For example, when you get a speck of dust in an eye, the first reaction of the eye is to just produce copious water, so the debris goes out, isn't it? Here, you deliberately put a foreign substance, which is a medicine, for a disease, for a symptom, as a treatment, and you have to put it in the eye. The eye surface reacts. Now, what happens with most of the eye drops, there's a difference between Hari also spoke about it, and I kept on speaking about it. Here in the UK and Europe, we are lucky to have preservative-free eye drops. In India, we don't have. So that's a problem. So the moment a foreign substance like an eye drop gets into the eye, the pharmaceutical molecule itself sometimes causes problem. But the preservative in that eye drop causes bigger problem. The moment the drop comes in, the reaction of the eye is to produce water, so it washes out. So, however, again, putting in the eye drop, most of the time I found that people try to flush the with eye drop, the more the eye drops, better it is. No, it's not like that. When you pull this lower lid down, it actually forms a cup. And this cup can only hold 0.03 milliliter of eye drop. Very small quantity, right? And that small quantity is the medication in that drop. So once you put the drop in, gently close the eye so it will not flow out. Now, if there is a reaction, then what you need to do, go to your ophthalmologist and change your eye drop.
Okay.
Does it make sense?
Perfect. Yes, a lot of sense actually. This is one of the practical things. And what we need to tell to the people, because when you put an eye drop, people are so afraid, they keep blinking their eye or they keep moving their eye. So should the eyeball be upside, or where you should look when a person has to put the eye drop actually?
I love this. I can talk for hours on this. I tell you what.
Okay.
No, but I'll make it very simple. I'll give you examples which I've come across patients, It took me 3 years standing in the lobby of Moorfields Eye Hospital to make them realize that they have an issue with the eye drops. People are not using it correctly, right? So in turn, I met this tall, very tall, I'm 5'5". I met this 6'4" African Caribbean gentleman who came to me, and I was teaching them how to put the eye drops in. And he said, I've got everything correct. You can't teach me anything. I said, okay, you show me what you do. So what he does, he puts the drops in, closes his eye, and started rubbing the eye. So I said, why do you do that? Oh, I rub it in. Doesn't happen. See, this is the type of things I've come across. I've got another lady, and it again recently happened at Milton Keynes Hospital when I was giving a talk on eye drop. This lady put the drops in and then kept her eyes open and went on rolling her head like that. So I asked her, why are you doing that? Oh, that drop moves around my eye surface. I can write a book on this. But the thing is, they do not understand. The only thing what you need to do, as I showed you, pull the lower lid down, put a drop in, gently close your eyes. Don't blink, because by blinking, the medicine will come out here, or it will go through the nasolacrimal duct, which you don't want to go in. Gently close the eyes, get this little bump here, press it for a while, and mention my name for 30 times. Simple. It will prevent the drop going in. So this is the basic thing. And I've been teaching this, and it has made such a huge difference in people's lives. Later on that, even the timings, that will be another time we'll be talking. But very simple, put the drop in, gently close the eye, find the puncta, press it there for a little while, and that's it. And if it burns or it stings, go back to your doctor, change it. Never ever buy from supermarket, never ever. That's the only advice I will give it to you.
Okay, thank you. One last question before we take up Urmila and Lata's question. What is your take on walking barefoot on grass, as Dr. Naveen was talking? So what have you to say on that? And what do you think? Does it really work? Because, people are crazy about these things, and you see so many people walking in the morning. Over to you. And then how much time one should walk, for how many hours, or few minutes, or one should, or does it work? Doesn't it work or not? I don't know. Well, over to you. There's so many myths and questions about eyes. I think I would rather I would request our founder and director Neil Kumar to have another episode, which will be a good blast again, to talk about so many things about eyes, because they're really so important. So, Dr. Subhash, before I take up the comments from others, please.
Okay. When I was going in East Africa, we had a huge garden. And my dad used to say that, walking barefooted early morning would be helpful. Why? Because the dew is there. But then again, Naveen mentioned it that if you got fertilizers and all sorts of things. But then again, you have to be very careful. If you walk barefooted in grass, it's cooling. Yes, it's fine. In India, I have come across people who put mehndi also on the feet, because what did the Gujarati word say? Taja garmi means people suffer from heat. The palms and the sole of the feet get heated, so they put this mehndi. It's a cooling effect basically. So it just cools down. Basically, it cools down. That's the only thing I would recommend. But you got to be careful of the small splinters and getting hurt and all that.
Okay, we're going to get more questions later. Let's go to Urmila, who actually has some eye issues that she went through, and she might be sharing that with us. So we go to Urmila, and then Lata's question, then Sharon, you've got, and we can discuss. It's okay, we've gone well over the time, but we'll extend it. Urmila, global namaste to you, and tell us your
Global
journey,
Namaste,
what happened with
Nilkumarji.
your eye.
Global Namaste, everyone. I'm going to talk about my lived experience of sight loss. I won't take very much time, but I will try my best. So why did it have to be me? Where did I go wrong? What had I done? Those are the questions. What will happen to my family? And I was taken in a wheelchair like an invalid to a ward to settle me down. I was forbidden to walk or even move my head. I wished the earth would open up for me to disappear forever. Those were my feelings. I had a detached retina. So they thought. So my journey into the world of darkness started here. I lost most of my sight after I had a severe head injury. Of course, it was detached retina. I was there just in time, because the consultant said to me, had you been 5 minutes away, you would have been in complete darkness. My heart really sank. It was very difficult to cope emotionally and mentally, especially because people in our society make judgments, and there's a stigma attached to being blind. I hibernated myself for nearly 4 years. I did not want to go out. It affected my mental health. I am now officially registered blind. No one understands the inner mental or emotional side of being blind. I'm still struggling, but coping very well. Apple applications on my iPad, iPhone help me. My right cane is my partner in crime. I feel that my independence is sliding away gradually, despite all the hard work I put in. I suffer from a rare and multiple conditions resulting into night blindness, gradual peripheral vision loss, and near advanced stages of complete blindness. Sometimes I do have eye hemorrhages. Well, I had to go for genetic testing because they must have found something at the back of my eye. And the genetic disease I have is fever, FEVR, which is very rare. It's a short-term fever, but it can be expanded as familial exudative vitreoretinopathy. Sorry, it's like a tongue twister. A big name, but actually it is a description of the condition which affects people around the world. It is a progressive eye disease. Besides all that, I have a chronic panuveitis. I'm forever on eye drops. And thank you, Sudhir Bhai, for explaining the eye drops. It is hilarious sometimes, but I have mastered it because I must have dropped so many eye drops on my face as if I was going to wash my face with eye drops. But it does take time to get used to it. I do feel tied down, and it looks like my world has ceased to operate. Even shopping in supermarkets is a frightening experience. I have traveled from light into the darkness. Most things and people seem out of focus even at about span's length. I can recognize a familiar person by their silhouette or when they speak. Even up close, I can hardly see fine details. Sometimes I can guess the identity of a person by the way they stand or walk. Too much bright light hurts my eyes, and too dim makes it black and shadowy. I can't see anything in the distance. Everything looks as if it's sunken in darkness. I may be able to see a vehicle by the sound of it, but I wouldn't know whether it's a bus or a van or a truck. Scary and confusing. I avoid going out in the dark unless someone is with me. I was offered a choice between a guide dog or a white cane. I chose the latter simply because I'm allergic to fur. The white cane is my friend and a guide. When I'm outdoors, it helps me feel the ground for cracks and holes, grass and bushes, parked cars, pushchairs, and people going past me. I have to use it in a variety of styles depending upon the familiarity of the place. In a new place, I hold my breath, move gently in case I hurt someone or they might swear at me. So I have written this poem, if I may recite it. This is what I do because it affects my mental health a great deal. And my escape is write poems, take it out of the system. So this is my poem, Light into Darkness, My Blind Journey. In the depths of the unknown, where shadows dance and whisper, I find myself on a blind journey, a journey from light into darkness. The path before me is shrouded, veiled in the cloak of obscurity, but still I press on, guided by faith alone, because I believe in myself. I cannot see the way ahead, but I feel the tug of destiny, pulling me forward into the abyss, into the heart of the night. The stars above are my only companions, their distant light, a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is still beauty to be found. I stumble over unseen obstacles, tripping and falling in the blackness, but each time I rise again, stronger and more determined than before. The silence around me is deafening, a void that threatens to swallow me whole. But I refuse to succumb to despair. I refuse to let the darkness win. For I know that somewhere beyond, somewhere in the deepest recesses of the night, there lies a glimmer of light, a spark of hope waiting to be discovered. So I continue my blind journey, trusting in the wisdom of the universe, knowing that even in the darkest of times, there always is a way back to the light. I will forever be grateful to Vista, because I'm in Leicester, and RNIB, the professionals, for the support. I'm getting there by accepting my vision loss. However, there will always be a gap in my heart of being a failure, not being able to drive a car anymore, keep the job of my dreams, seeing fine details of places as well as expressions on the faces of loved ones. It does hurt me. Sometimes I ask people to describe things and situations to me. I try to associate it to what my brain understands at prior knowledge. I do have a very good memory. My journey is unique, from sighted to severely sight impaired. I have been through many life changes from how I am treated now. At times, I am a Moses, and many times I am invisible. But my motto is, I've lost my sight, but not my vision. My life, I know, will never be the same again. Such thoughts leave a lump in my throat. My life has taken a new turn during the COVID period when I attended Zoom music sessions led by Kyle. She's the CEO of Leicester Musical Memory Box, which was organized by Vista, for which I will be obliged forever. It impacted my well-being in a positive manner. I've started attending Git Sangeet, which is a branch of Leicester Musical Memory Box, and I participate in singing songs in different languages as well as genres. Thank you, Bina Masan. She is our organizer. She's our leader. That has helped me a great deal. I've always wanted to sing, recite in Sanskrit, and that's my passion. My other passion is to go out into the community and talk about my sight loss. I tell them my story, but I want to bring about some sort of awareness in the community and try to wipe out the taboos that we have, because it is not a good experience. But I've reached a stage where I feel it doesn't matter anymore. I'm not losing anything, but I would want to go and tell people how to help, or how to get help rather, and how I could help them. And by reciting some of my poems, it does touch their hearts. At this point, I can only say thank you so much for listening to my story and my poem. Forever obliged to health. Sorry.
Urmila, what an example you are to humanity. Look at the positive side, what it's come out of it. You have become strong. You are actually, you have decided that you're going to bring this to attention of people, and you are doing it so well that everybody in this private room, because the people are watching outside and they seem to know you from this Leicester's group as well, they are simply amazed that look at the tenacity you've got. You maybe can see better than the people with eyes because you are able to forecast and see things. You are an amazing example of humanity, and we are so proud of you. I'm so glad you convinced me. You came yourself and said, look, I want to share some points and moments, and you did it. We want you to be part of this in every Healthy Life episodes that we carry out. Amrita, your thought, and Subhash wants to actually acknowledge what you said and make a comment to you. Go over to you, Subhash.
First of all, it was a very moving. You are a poetess, honestly, I tell you. Your words are absolutely brilliant. You are a very brave lady. You are a very, very brave lady. Another thing, I have got a friend, and she also have, I think she used to be in Leicester, and Bhavini Makwana, probably you might have met her.
She's my friend too, yeah.
There you go. She's another one who has got retinal pigmentosa, and she is a wonderful, visually impaired. Yes, she has got a beautiful guide dog. She has got 2 lovely daughters, a husband who supports her, and we are a very small core group of people who have created the BAME, Black African group. And this is how we inculcate people into and help them out. So yes, you're there.
Thank you very much, Subhash Bhai.
No, and never get depressed. Music is one, and you live in Leicester. It's a classical music area, you know. So
that's my passion. And
absolutely.
Veena, I think she's this platform. She knows how hard I try.
There you go.
I can't sing, but I can recite, and I'm happy with that.
Yep. And Hemant Mathani of Rupam Sona Rupa. He's a brilliant classical collection of music and all. Yeah. So there you go.
Thank you so much.
Amrita.
And before I go, I'll teach you how to put the eye drops in at some point. Okay. So if you're feeling any problems putting your eye drops in, there are different equipment or aids which are available, which will be very useful to you.
Okay.
So we'll have a next session for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Subhash. Amrita, stay around, because it wasn't only that you were poetic when you recited the poem. Even as you were speaking, you were poetic, which means, and you were eloquent. You were very succinct in how you were talking. So feel the pride that the fact that you can now see better than those who have got the eyes, because they've taken it for granted. You are bringing some facets that they've forgotten. Lata, you've got a comment as well. Let's go to your comment before we go to Amrita and Sharon.
Global Namaste, everyone. I just wanted to say I'm so proud of Urmila. Thank you for showing and demonstrating your courage as a woman, as someone who's been afflicted, but of course you feel those emotions and you have every right to question it. But you're so brave and courageous, and you've really touched our hearts. You really have, because all of us are going through losses in life.
Yes.
All of us can resonate with what your words are, but we can never feel exactly or understand exactly, because only you know that. But yes, I sent a message to Bina and she reached out to you, and I'm so glad it's worked out. Thank you,
very
Nia.
much.
Thank you. We need to bring more souls like you
Thank
to
you. So
be
appreciate it.
shoulder to shoulder
Yeah.
and help humanity in every way. We
Yeah.
all need it. And thank you, Mr. Subhash and Sharon. It was just amazing. Thank you, Amrita, as well. I loved your eye exercises, and that's what I was going to ask about. Why isn't anyone touching about the eye muscles and the exercises in relation to strengthening our eyes and the blood circulation to them, the blood vessels? So, I mean, I'm really, really pleased you brought that out and I did it with you, because I need to inculcate that every day into my regime, and I'm going to try, because eyes are precious.
Yes.
Lata, you mentioned eyes are precious. That is the tagline for today. They are indeed precious. We want to, Sharon, we got one more video that we want to see from you. Urmila, you've been on Healing Our Earth before. You are part of our family. You are never alone. As Subhash said, if you need any extra touch or help, just contact. You are in Leicester. Leicester is the city of culture. He mentioned about Chandubai's son, Hemant, who is already there very much over there. You got Dr. Amrita Sharma, the senior admin at Healing Our Earth. Everybody is here for you, so never feel alone. You are all there. And Bina wants to sing a song to you, so we'll go to Bina. Bina, if you landscape your video before we have you, if you put it landscape, and let's wait around. So Amrita and Sharon, let's watch another video and bring some more fun and light. We are now on the entertainment side of the eyes. Eyes are precious. They love looking at precious and nice videos as well. So Sharon, what have you got lined up for us next?
Well, next are the exercises for Lakshmi, for sensuality. And so the ones that we did were really for the powerful goddesses, and so they're stronger. And as we go to the next, which is sensuality, and then the final, which is love and compassion.
So this is for our very own Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, is it?
That's true. Totally.
Okay.
And they get softer and softer. And it's very interesting because of the training, even when I'm doing Qigong, which is a very excellent exercise and more for calming the nervous system and really bringing that sense of relaxation. Then my eyes, because of my training, so if I'm doing, where the hand goes, the eyes follow, that one. And so that comes, my eyes have become a part of all the expression, all the movement, whether it is Indian classical dance or it is Qigong or it is African dance or whatever. So here we go with some more.
So it's so amazing the guts Urmila has picked up. And let's look at this next video from
Half moon swings from side to side. A final exercise. Form this exercise. Really vision and out. In and that radiant stream eyes with your fingers resting lightly and deeply. Relax. Total relaxation. Half moon swings from side to side. Begin by breathing in and swinging your eyes to the right. Breathe out, swing them to the left. As we perform this exercise, imagine that radiant streams of light are emanating outward from the corners of your eyes. And swing right and left and right and left. Breathe in and out. Again, right and left, right and left. Breathe in and out, in and out. Relax. Focus center and reverse. Swing left and right, left and right. Breathe in and out, in and out. Again, left and right, left and right. Breathe in and out, in and out, and rest. To prepare for the next exercise, we will repeat the diagonal motion we learned in tape 1 with an added element. Begin by breathing in the luminous light of the goddess. Let it rise up through your body and fill your eyes. Now, as you lift your eyes to the upper right diagonal, breathe out and imagine that you are sending this light outward into the world with the magnetic power of your glance. Breathe in, bringing your eyes to the lower left diagonal, imagining that you are now receiving energy from the outer world into your body. Ready? And up and down, up and down. Breathe out and in, out and in. Again, up and down, up and down. Send and receive, send and receive, and rest. Other side. Breathe in the light and look up and down, up and down. Breathe out and in, out and in. Send and receive, send and receive, send and receive, send and receive, and rest. Become even more subtle and sensuous with this diagonal movement. As you perform it, not only send and receive energy from your eyes, but softly rock them in tiny figure 8-like patterns. Breathe in the light. Feel it permeate your eyeballs, and as you breathe out, send it outward, rolling your eyes downward, upward, and inward to the center point of this imaginary figure 8. Breathe in, now receiving the energy as you continue to roll your eyes downward, backward, upward, and again slightly downwards as they reach the central point of the figure 8. We will begin with the right side. Breathe in, let the light fill your eyes. Breathe out and roll up. 2, 3, 4, and down. 6, 7, 8, and up. 2, 3, 4, and down. 6, 7, 8, and send. 2, 3, 4, and receive. 6, 7, 8, and send. 2, 3, 4, and receive. 6, 7, 8, and relax. Other side. Breathe in the light and send. 2, 3, 4, and receive. 6, 7, 8, and send. 2, 3, 4, and receive. 6, 7, 8, again send. 2, 3, 4, and receive. 6, 7, 8, and send. 2, 3, 4, and receive. 6, 7, 8, and rest. One more exercise that will especially prepare you for performing the expressions of the goddesses of fertility, joy, and abundance. Recall that sensuous serpentine light of the mother as it rises from the heart of the earth, enters your womb, and flows up through your body. As it does, breathe in, letting your eyes slowly open as they become permeated by its pleasant warmth. Breathe out. Slowly close your eyes, allowing this warmth to soften and relax them, as well as your entire face. Ready? And breathe in and open. 2, 3, 4. Close and rest. 6, 7, 8. And open. 2, 3, 4. And close. 6, 7, 8. Softly open. 2, 3, 4. And close. 6, 7, 8. And open. 2, 3, 4. And close. 6, 7, 8. And rest. To relax and soothe your eyes after that workout, rub the palms of your hands together briskly. Then take the heels of your hands and place them over your eyes with your fingers resting lightly on the top of your forehead. Feel the warmth from your hands soothing your eyeballs as you let them sink back into their sockets and deeply relax.
Another nice presentation, Sharon. Very well done, as usual.
I want to show you something. See if I can move back far enough that you can see my hips and my eyes.
Your dress.
Oh, you put a
The
beautiful
Indian
sari on.
sari.
I got this at the ashram, actually.
Where did you get it, Charu?
At the ashram here.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, Ramloti.
lovely fabric.
It's beautiful.
Isn't it beautiful? Yes. So in Middle Eastern dance, even also in Qigong, there are these figure eights with the hips, right? That are like this. So that eye exercise goes with that. So you're I also like the, the expression of the kind of shyness that's unique, I really think, to India, that kind of like, you're looking at Krishna, you're Radha at Krishna, and you see him, and then you're like, so sweet.
Sharon, your affinity to Indian culture is obviously very good, and we love your videos. Sharon, let's pause for a moment. Amrita, let's show the viewers who are waiting on YouTube, Facebook, what our future episodes are. And then we carry on continuing. People have got comments, so we'll take it. And here we go, what our future episodes are.
Yes. So the coming Sunday, 16th of June, diabetes awareness episode, where we will be exclusively talking about diabetes, its issues, health-related problems, what can be done, lifestyle managements, complications, and the treatment of diabetes. On 23rd of June, we are having the International Yoga Day celebration. The International Yoga Day, which will be on 21st of June, we will be taking up the celebration and talking about Yoga Day special. Then the 30th of June, 2 p.m. British Summer Time, we are with Glow Women, Global Women in Unity. Today's women uniting for better tomorrow into 22nd century. So you can come up, invite all your friends and family and join together for this episode. Then we are talking about healthy life through Ayurveda, an exclusive episode on Ayurveda and the special effects that Ayurveda produces in our lives, in the streams of our happiness and health and well-being on 7th of July, 2024, 2 p.m. British Summer Time, followed by Kids and Teens, a special episode from Healing Our Earth, especially for children, by the children, and for the family and friends. So don't forget to invite all the children. They can have rest time. They can show up their talents on 14th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Guru Purnima special, paying obeisance and showing our gratitude to our teachers on 21st of July 2024 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time.
Thank you. So many episodes are coming, and if you are watching wherever you are, you can tap into it. And if you got any experts, we always keep one slot free for last moment experts who can come and join, and it'll be good. So next week, diabetes, very prevalent, not just in South Asian community now, but in every country. It is now the biggest problem for local health authorities in every country, where obesity and diabetes have risen so much that it will be a very good episode once again. So it'll be very nice. And Sharon, wonderful video presentation as usual. Like I say, your affinity with the Asian culture, your knowledge on how to record videos, I think everybody always loves it. And I think Subhash wanted to make a comment because he had a comment when he saw your attire as well. Dr. Lakshmi Vyat, Meeta, I'm sure they want to make a comment, and then we carry on talking. Subhash, you had a comment.
Yeah, I just do Indian dance for it. My favorite is Odissi, which is based on Geet Govind. So that's one. I would like to leave after just making one comment.
Sure.
I just been receiving lots of WhatsApp messages, but one of the message I've just got it from East Africa. He says, "Dear Subhash, it was a beautiful talk on eye health this afternoon. Please keep me posted if there are any more." So there you go.
Yes, so Subhash, you can tell them that Healing on Earth, we carry out every topics that is useful anywhere on the earth. It is a free channel. It's a free community channel. No contributors charges to us. We don't charge to the community because we love bringing education, entertainment, love, harmony, and unity. Subhash, we are very proud. You've been here since the start, and so many points and comments you brought in. One particular one where we enjoyed, and you showed it graphically and demonstration-wise, including illustration on your PowerPoint, was how to use the eye drops safely. So for those of you who missed out, just watch the repeat of these episodes, which will be on Facebook, YouTube, and the website. You can fast forward, you can save it, you can download it and share it with your friends, family. It's all free. Thank you, Subhash.
And I'll send out the printout of the whole instructions, which is with my photos and everything, to Kirit Mistry, and he can distribute it all over.
You are already in touch with Vaishali, who has tagged you as well. So she can put it on social media, and Amrita or Kirit, any one of them will go to the right appropriate departments. Thank you, Subhash.
And in future, I've got two excellent consultants, one on cosmetic and effects on eye drops, and on the diet and everything. So
definitely.
Amrita, for Vaishali, the use of particularly from cosmetics point of view. And Nehul actually showed the toothbrush kind of instrument that I have never seen, how you can safely wash your eyes. And remember, don't splash your eyes with water. You can clean your eyes, close your eyes, clean your eyes, because when you use water, you are actually removing the useful matters in the eye when you wake up in the morning. Subhash, thank you very much. You are part of the family.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
We hope you feel good at healing our heart. And that's what we are here for.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure meeting all of you.
For joining. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Take care.
So Subhash has been here right from the beginning. He shared. Shall we go to Bina and see if she can sing a song or two just to bring the monotony? Because Bina always loves singing and she loves it. So Bina, yes, you are landscape. Let's have a nice song from you.
Oh.
And from here we can chit chat. And what did you think of Sharon's video? I mean, she always brings nice video.
Yes, I loved it. It was really nice. I was working in the kitchen, but I did stop and did the eye movement, what you were showing. So I'll try my best to practice, in at least once a week. It does help to your eyes, isn't it? So.
And Bina, we have verified that Sharon is 75 because she always looks 40 to 50 only. So we asked her to send a proof of date of birth, which she has now submitted.
Yes, and you look lovely
Actually,
inside.
yes, can vouch for that, which is nice. Okay, let's listen to a nice song. Amrita, what do you say for a moment?
Definitely. It should be there. We are having an eye episode, Bina ji, so without a song and an eye episode is incomplete. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm not a great singer, but I just love singing. I'm not professional, or I don't sing like on stages or anything. It's just my hobby. And I lead a...
The people who sing from heart are good singers. Because if we wanted singer, we would have asked Asa Bhosle to come or Sairam Iyer to come. But then the energy is different. You bringing the energy, you love the people. Look, Lata was not smiling till you came and now she's smiling.
Thank you.
While you are singing, Bina, watch eye movement from Sharon and Amrita, okay?
Okay. And this is the song for my friend Urmila. She's lovely. We love you, Urmila Ben. So proud of you, as I said in my comment. And she always brings such a lovely things to our group, like in Sanskrit. And yeah, so love you. And this song is, I know, Urmila Ben's favorite song. And she did, I think, dance in this Diwali time. So I'm going to sing this.
Screen for you.
Thank you. So, okay, shall I start, Neil?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, and thank you to Lataji as well. Because of her, I am coming to this group she introduced. So thank you so much, Lata Ben. ज्योत से ज्योत जगाते चलो, प्रेम की गंगा बहाते चलो, राह में आए जो दीन दुखी, राह में आए जो दीन दुखी, सबको गले से लगाते चलो, प्रेम की गंगा बहाते चलो, जिसका न कोई संगी साथी, ईश्वर है रखवाला, जो निर्धन है, जो निर्बल है, वो है प्रभु का प्यारा, प्यार के मोती, प्यार के मोती लुटा के चलो, प्रेम की गंगा बहाते चलो, प्रेम की गंगा बहाते चलो. I think I'll leave it to that because I know we've got limited time. I've got one more verse, but I'll sing another time.
So that's beautiful. Jyot se jyot jagate chalo. And Amrita, you see, her eyes actually sprung up, although it's midnight over there in Jalandhar. I mean, I think she's in Himalaya Pradesh or somewhere. What did you think of Jyot se jyot? So Sharon, Veena actually sung about eyes, you know?
Yes, well, I have it was reminding me of a song from when I was a child and I was taking singing classes and all that, and maybe I could sing it for you. I haven't sung it in a long time, but
Yes, go ahead. We are in a sing-song mode. It's fine. And then don't forget, Amrita will sing as well, and it'll be fun. So go ahead, reply to Veena in your style.
When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the storm is a golden sky and sweet silver song of a lark. Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain, though your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. Too many years since I've sung it, but
That is beautiful. It is very meaningful. It's very courageous. It's so nice. Amrita, your turn to even sing. So Veena started, Jyota se Jyota jagate chalo. Sharon has given you assurance. Don't be scared. You're not alone. It's beautiful. What have you got to sing, Amrita?
Yeah, I think today's episode would be incomplete to combine the um, the human body from the anatomical point of view or the pathological point of view is very different, but then it has its own deep connection with the emotions as well. And that's what is the component which talks even when we have lost our sight. So very well said, Urmila ji, when she said, I've lost my sight, but I haven't lost my vision, because vision comes from wisdom. And her wisdom, what you have been talking about, Beena ji, is about jyot se jyot jalate chalo, which means that keep lighting up the lights of the heart of people, for which you don't need the eyes actually, but you really need the nourishment of love. And the nourishment of love does not uh, have any boundary, and that is the real vision with which you have to look through the world actually, rather than looking through the eyes. So there are so many times we say that even if I can't see, I know what it is. So that's what is. So my song is a small paragraph I will sing because it was so quick, which one of the melodies I love. आँखों में तेरी अजब सी अदाएं हैं, आँखों में तेरी अजब सी अदाएं हैं, दिल को बना दे जो पतंग, सांसें ये तेरी वो हवाएं हैं, आँखों में तेरी अजब सी अदाएं हैं, हो आँखों में तेरी अजब सी अदाएं हैं, दिल को बना दी जो पतंग, सांसें ये तेरी wo hawai hai. So this song is dedicated to Urmila ji specially. So keep rocking the word and igniting the word with the wisdom of light and love and compassion that you hold in your eyes.
It's beautiful. I
Thank
love
you.
I love the series that we brought today. We had so many experts. It's so beautiful. We ended up with a nice little medley songs at the end, which was so nice. I think Bina wanted to sing one more song or one verse. Bina, if you wanted to sing, we can listen to you and maybe go to Dr. Lakshmi Vyas and then we can switch off and then we can be happy. So Bina, if you like to sing one more number, do so.
Oh, thank you. I no, I was saying that next verse is I'll leave it, but yeah, I can sing that one. Thank you, Nil Kumar. Thank you so much. Oops. Sorry. Where's my song gone? I'm sorry.
Okay, Bina, we have just muted you because there is a background noise coming over there. When it's quiet, just raise your finger. So Sharon,
Yes.
beautiful presentation once again. Nice moments, good eye moments. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, she can sing in multi-language as well. Maybe she has got a poem or a verse ready for us today for any sort of. Have you got anything lined up, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, before we
I'll try one of the old songs.
go ahead? And then we'll go to Bina. And then Mita is smiling as well. She might have a poem or a mantra ready as well. So go ahead, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas.
So it's an old song from Saib Bibi and Gulam. So yeah, I've not practiced or anything, so I'll sing. बवरा बड़ा नादान है, बगियन का मेहमान है, फिर भी जाने ना कलियन की मुस्कान है, बवरा बड़ा नादान। कभी उड़ जाए कभी मंडराए, बेद जिया का खोले ना, सामने आए नैन मिलाए, मुख देखे कुछ बोले ना, बवरा बड़ा नादान है, कलियन का मेहमान है, फिर भी जाने ना कलियन की मुस्कान है, बवरा बड़ा नादान।
Yeah, but very well done. It's so nice that everybody brings their own flair in their own style. And this is what we do at Healing Our Earth. It doesn't matter, serious subject, we still end up nicely. It's so beautiful. Sharon brought her version, which is again different. Well, we've gone well over 1.5 hours. It's gone midnight. Amrita, maybe we can wind up over here. Sharon is okay because in her country it's coming to lunchtime. In your country, Amrita, is sleeping time. And here in Europe, we may be planning dinner time. Nita, what have you cooked up? Have you got anything lined up? Samosas or doklas and things like that? You can maybe tell us quickly, and then Amrita, we can have the Gayatri mantra and wind up, Sharon. Nita, your comment.
Yeah, it's a wonderful program, and eyes are so important because I can hear from Urmila's story, when we lose the sight, then it's so difficult to see the beauty of the world. Like today, I was at open gardens in a countryside village called Peace Lake, where people open their gardens and people can go and visit and see the flowers, see the beauty of the nature. So a very important program. And yes, what I'm going to cook is some dosa.
Wow, thank you. So Mita is on a dosa spree. And as Mita says, eyes are important. And Lata said, eyes are precious. So eyes are important, eyes are precious. And Urmila said, love what you have now, because she knows how it feels. But how wise she has become. She is now out here to bring knowledge to people, that the beautiful, as Mita said, in the gardens, the beautiful flowers, the colors. Actually, the fashion industry, they designed the combination by looking at nature. And flowers are the best teachers of combination of colors, because that's nature's way. So if you go to Italy, who are the world leader for fashion, they actually study from botanical gardens. So Mita, you were at the right place. Lata, remember, eyes are precious. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, wonderful that we can bring oldie goldies in this current time, which is so nice. Sharon, wonderful. We love your videos always. So keep on preparing your videos. We need them. Particularly, don't forget the children episode on 14th July. We want your grant. In fact, we want all your grandchildren, because lately they've been, one of them, your granddaughter, did a nice pose, and we had a lot of comments on that. So that was beautiful as well. Amrita, keep an eye on that for the children, we want that things. And for those who are listening to us on a YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, website, on our partner channels, if you've got a child, it doesn't have to be special. As long as the child has got the aura and the energy, and it just doesn't have to be a child, it can be a teenager. We want to know about it. Let's bring fun in Kids and Teens episode on July the 14th, which is approximately 5 weeks from now. Amrita, let's have a nice Gayatri Mantra to wind up. And what a wonderful episode we have had today.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thanks to you especially, and especially Sharon and Rotarian Lalji and Kirit Bhai for making this episode really special today. Secondly, I would also like to thank all our viewers as well as our contributors who have made this episode a nice one, as well as very informative and educative. And we look forward for another beautiful episode that we have produced for all our viewers the next Sunday on Diabetes Special. So do watch out the next episode on diabetes.
Amrita,
Let's wind up.
Amrita, Bina is here. I think she's ready. She's got no background noise.
The song.
Sing a verse or two. So let's listen to her. Bina, we are still live in the public. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Sing.
Thank you. I haven't got any song ready, but just one line I'll sing of one of my favorite songs.
Go ahead.
तेरा साथ है तो मुझे क्या कमी है, अंधेरों से भी मिल रही रोशनी है, तेरा साथ है तो, तेरा साथ है तो, तेरा साथ है तो. Thank you.
Beautiful. Tera saath hai to. You can sing it to your spouse, you can sing it to God, or you can sing it to anybody who supports you in life. We all need people to prompt us, to support us. And now, Amrita, let's wind up with a nice Gayatri Mantra. Before you do that, Sharon, what would you like the earth to know before Amrita winds up?
The most powerful, this is what I've been experiencing, the most powerful healing modality is bringing joy, doing what you enjoy, bringing love to yourself and to others, just embodying the highest qualities and really connecting with what we call source nature and source awareness, with the divine in you. And that brings so much joy, clearing the mind, letting the thoughts relax, letting yourself completely relax into a deep meditative state. Doing that, I really believe, could change the world and could bring the whole goal of healing our earth to us all.
And beautiful. And do you feel joy when you come to healing our earth?
It's like, now I'm dancing a lot too, but generally it's kind of the joyous moment, the joyous time of my week to be with you all. I really love it. This family is such a loving, caring, giving, uplifting place to be with, family to be with. So grateful.
Thank you, Sharon. So for those who are listening to us, if ever you feel that you don't have anything, you have got a big, vast family here from every continent. The whole purpose of healing our earth, the way and why it was designed to come into fruition in pandemic was to bring love, harmony, unity, joy, peace, education, entertainment, and we can go on ad infinitum. Dr. Amrita Sharma at midnight, bang in Himachal Pradesh. Gayatri Mantra.
Thank you. So it's time to wind up today's episode. Thank you so much. Time for Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam Shanti